Okay. Okay. We're finally live for real this time. For real. For all the reals. For all of the reals. No more playing around. No more games. It's the real fucking deal now. No Johns. So for those of you guys who did not just see what happened, for those watching the archives, yeah, we had a bunch of technical difficulties. I will not talk about them anymore. We're just gonna save that for another day. Anyways, okay. We're gonna watch Imdrax. We're gonna watch Imdrax's replays. He wanted to look at this replay with him playing with God as Shinanju against two 1Ks, Alex and Zaku 3. So, like I mentioned before stuff blew up, you know, the best thing about the best way to approach double 1K team is you want to actually try and split them up, provided that one of the 1Ks isn't something with like a really good one-on-one matchup, like one-on-oneing against tank is with certain suits might be kind of bad, but you know, with these kind of like Zaku 3, Alex, not really a big deal. You know, just try and split them up because, you know, with their lack of boosts and stuff, their one-on-one matchups generally aren't very good, and they excel better when they're together. Do things like cutting and just like damage distribution. So if you can split them up, that's really good. So anyways, so Imdrax requested just this replay, so we're just gonna look at it a couple times, like once. Just I don't know. He hasn't specified why he wants us to look at this yet, so we're just taking a look here, and we'll watch it, talk about it, watch it again, see where we go from there. Ah, it's unfortunate. Oh, so, you know, could have actually boosted one more time before activating, yeah. Not the end of the world, of course, but that is, of course, unfortunate. Ooh, scary. So, oh, I see. It looks like Imdrax died first. That's pretty unfortunate. I know that's not what you wanted. This isn't the. Oh, it's kind of bad. Yeah, okay, it's pretty bad. No! Oh wow, that's nice. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! That was, yeah, okay. So, Nightbot, oh, Nightbot, oh, shit, sorry. I apologize. Is there like, yeah. Volume 0 should work. Why is it not working? That's really weird. I thought volume 0, whatever, we'll talk about it later. I thought volume 0 as a command did work before. I remember talking to Nightbot about it, but I don't know. Do I want to restart this? I guess I won't, but yeah, sorry. I actually have my sound muted, so I don't hear things twice. In fact, this sound is kind of loud. Well, I don't know. Whatever. It's really, yeah. Anyways. So what do I want to talk about with this? Let's go ahead and try and figure out how he died. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Well, I mean, what was the biggest problem? He died first. So let's try and rewatch this and figure out what went wrong. Because he did pretty well in not taking damage for the first, I'd say, third of this game. Made a couple weird landing decisions, and you know that kind of messed him up. But this is actually quite okay. This one-on-one is actually quite okay. So that's a little iffy. That's good though, right? I don't know about that. It worked, but that was really YOLO. Okay, so far here he's doing really good, right? And you know, God's at like 20%. So by this point, you know, he gets hit here once, so he's still at 450. This is still quite fine. Okay, this is where it happens. Does he get bursted here? How is he? Just messes up. Oh, he looks like he activates. So I don't know what Simo's doing here. I don't know why Simo is just like sending Sekia and not doing anything. So this is actually a case where you can kind of blame your partner. I don't know what the hell Simo was doing, but one of the things that will occur, especially when you play shuffle, especially when you know, play, you know, well, in general, actually just in the game in general, is one of the biggest kind of wrenches that can be thrown in your plan is a change in strategy, a change in dynamic of some point. And one of the things that will reward players who are better experienced and more sensitive in general, more overall sensitive to like just overall game sense, is when people kind of change up the way they play. This is a really good example, right? Because, you know, things are going really smoothly for the first half of this game. You know, Simo is in there. You know, he lands some melee combos. He's doing a good job of playing front and absorbing damage. Imdrax playing back, pretty straightforward. You know, trying to cut and get landing punishes. And then all of a sudden, he gets 2-on-1 in the corner. He gets hit like once, takes, you know, 20 to 30% of his life. He's at like half, right? And then, you know, he tries to get away, and all of a sudden his partner starts playing really defensively, right? And what happens is he basically gets double locked and gets hit like 2 more times because they're just on his butt, and Simo doesn't peel, right? So what can we really draw from that? Well, first of all, this is a really good example of how important it is to try and sense those warps, because yeah, it's true. It's kind of Simo's fault for doing nothing there. That's kind of him like throwing the game away there at that point. They're doing really fine, but maybe he just was trolling or something. You know, that's fine, or whatever, right? But even so, we probably could have still avoided this overcost if we just noticed, right? So, you know, this would have been picked up if you were paying enough attention to your partner to notice that. And as a back player, that is your job. So I would say, as a back player, this is kind of a little bit of a, I mean, yes, your partner fucked up, and, you know, I would probably make a similar mistake because I would assume that my partner's going to just keep doing his job because he was doing his job very well and all of a sudden just stopped, right? But this is an example where, you know, if you had better partner sense, you would have actually been able to detect that warp, that change, that dynamic, and adjust. And how would you adjust it? You would just need to just run back to your partner. So, honestly, if you just, you know, a comm is really important too, you know, so I don't know if you guys were commenting. We can't see the comms, unfortunately, in replays, which is bad. Would you, Brett, would you say one of the worst things that can happen mid-game is not understanding what your partner is doing? Yeah, it's just pretty bad in general. If you don't know what your partner is doing, it's really bad. So, as a back player, you always want to know what your partner is doing. That's your job. Your partner is, you know, showing you what you're supposed to be doing. So, you know, so here, you know, I think the biggest problem though, the biggest problem was, you know, if we watch this again, it's very, very obvious where the problem stemmed from, even with Simo. Is so you can actually be a little aggressive here. I've stressed it before. I've ranted many times. I will just say that the communication button. Oh, thank you. Oopsies, I'm super bad at this. So I'll just go ahead and so as I said before, Zephyr was asking me to elaborate on the importance of the communication button. It is the lifeblood of the teamwork of this game, and yeah, you really cannot do without it. So I'll actually restart that. I'm gonna talk a little bit about some micro decisions here since we are watching it again. But yeah, I'll just say that comm is really important. If you're not pressing the comm button, you are you need to. Just period. If you're not pressing the communication button, you need to. So here is a boost matchup thing. So actually, I need to pick this up one more time just to double check what I believe, but I need to confirm it. So where was this? Good. So at this point, Zaku 3 has like boosted and he's like jumping, and Shinanju Imdrax is on the descent of his boost hop at appropriate meter, right? So the boost is pretty even in terms of boost right now between these two players, right? Now, what you have to remember, right, is that Zaku 3 is a 1K, so you actually have more boost than him. So at this point, it's actually pretty much even, or maybe slightly. I wish we could. Let me see. I could be entirely wrong here, but wait. Damn it. Okay. Okay. This is hard. I want to like change camera so we can see his boost. We can look at here. So. Right here. Here we go. Yeah, okay, good. So he's at similar boost. He's at similar boost. Percentage-wise, it's very close. It's of the degree of like 5% difference here. But his boost itself is less, so, you know, so there's that. So in this situation, this is really hard to. I wish there was a rewind button. Yeah, this needs a rewind button. So one of the things is this has to do with pacing. So there we go. So he's gonna fire here, and that's fine, right? That's entirely fine here. What I will say is that the following exchange is actually one in which I'm pretty sure, because of BZs, that Zaku 3 should have gotten hit here, actually. The reason why he didn't was pacing. Imdrax fired too quickly and blew out his boost too early, so he was not able to get a landing punish. Prototype just, like, boosted once and landed or something, right? And got away narrowly. So you have to recognize, especially when you're playing against fighting against a lower cost suit, that when you have the boost advantage, you don't need to like spam super hard. When you spam pokes like Imdrax is doing, you're actually giving away your lead. So I don't mean to say you should, you know, fire really, really slowly, but as you can see, a lot of these shots are unnecessary. Like, well, honestly, the real solution would have been double BZ. The double BZ would have been really, really great here. And it's one of the reasons why double BZ is so good, is it gives you really tight strings with really strong homing, right? But, you know, this should have been a landing punish, and it wasn't. And even here, we still have a little bit of boost. Yeah, we still have a little bit of boost, actually. So I actually think, looks like Imdrax, you could have boosted the overheat, because he actually had a sliver left, so you actually had an extra boost. I think he also let his verniers go off a little bit. So, you know, Imdrax could have basically eked out a little bit, like one more shot or something. And with BZs, that's actually quite enough, especially and with assists and everything, right? So, so, you know, be aware of what the cost of your opponent's suit is. Because, yes, if Zaku 3 was like a 3,000, if this had been a 3,000 situation, I wouldn't really worry about that, because I don't think you could really get a landing punch against a 3,000 like that. But against a 1,000, yeah, you know, you could. So, we missed out on the opportunity because our rhythm was a little off on the string. And that has to do with your opponent's boost timings. So it will vary depending on when they boost, of course. But just, you know, when you guys are both landing like that, you know, ending in BZ is really good. So try and keep that in mind. And even then, yeah, so he like boosts and then lands, and, you know, he misses that too. And, you know, a lot of these are also that out of angle is a little awkward, because he was like boosting. Imdrax was like early on in his boost. He probably could have let himself drift a little bit, but he was forced to fire because Prototype moved behind him, forcing his out of angle. So he wanted to correct his angle early rather than being in a situation where he's boosting away from Prototype and his back is turned. But I actually think it would have been okay just to let it drift a bit, because you're gonna have to turn around anyways at some point. So forcing the on angle here doesn't really accomplish much. I mean, you get the land, so that's okay. And unfortunately, the ammo here is a problem. So one of the things I'm noticing, it happens a couple times in this replay, is like Imdrax tends to, you know, you tend to shoot the person Simo's hitting a lot, or pay too much attention to Simo. So make sure, you know, when you see like Simo getting a melee, just focus on the other guy. You should immediately be switching. And, you know, so here again, like, you know, you definitely can get this landing punish. And instead you go for this melee, and unfortunately gets a green lock. So the other thing I'll say is I think you're going for melee a little bit too much. It really shows here in this match, is that, like, yeah, your meleeing is a little bit, you know, you're meleeing a little bit too much. You didn't need a melee there. A landing punch was fine. It was a free landing punch. Instead, you got hit there too by, I think, Alex's BC or something. So this is good. Landing punch here too. I believe you get it. Oh, okay, you get the boost instead. So that, like, that melee is fine. It's a good confirm, if it's a confirm. So, like I was saying before, I'm gonna talk about where this match went wrong. It's right here. It's right here. So this melee here is not so good. It's very far away. Shinanju's melee is not very good in his high mobility mode, and, you know, we have this really late rainbow step and boost cancel to get this hit, but when he lands, you get this overheat. Oh, we don't. Never mind. Here we go. So it's this point here. So this landing, this is a kind of example of a scary situation that will happen sometimes, where someone gets knocked down as you want to land. Now, it's one of the worst situations that can occur in this game. It's really, really unfortunate because what happens is you're kind of low on boost. In this case, he's not actually that low on boost, but just in general, right? You're kind of low on boost, and there's a guy knocked down. You can't do Oki on him because if you spend too much boost, then you'll be overheated before him because he has, you know, full boost. But if you land, he'll hit you. And this is a very good example of, you know, a point I like to stress, and I've stressed this before to Myung last time he played ranked with me, and I kind of went over some things you should work on, which is, when you wake up, you have priority. When you wake up, you have priority. And that's one of those things. You need to respect people who wake up in this game. And here is a really good example, because Alex is going to get up and cause all kinds of problems because he has lots of boost. And because of that, you know, he gets threatened and he tries to get out and gets hit. Now, that exchange also I would not recommend. It's fine normally in a one-on-one situation. The decision you made was it was justifiable. It was fine. The problem is it's a two-on-one. You're being double locked here, and while it's true that Shinanju does have really good self-defense with side subs, the problem with side sub is, you know, vertically it puts you kind of high in the air because it suspends you and you expose yourself. Your backside's like really exposed, and you know it's good against one suit, but against two suits it's actually can be quite dangerous because just the angle of rotation doesn't work out very well a lot of the time against two suits. Just based on the way you turn. So that sub, you did hit Alex, but you got hit, you know, by Zaku 3, and then you put in this corner here. So, you know, it is pretty scary. Also, Simo just is shooting 10 Kyokens this whole time. So this activates smart, right? I like this activate. So that's fine. So it's at this point where you want to be retreating to your partner. Because, yeah, so I think this is here where you should have, right here, when after you landed, you should have been like, okay, time to get back to my partner. But instead, you know, you do let yourself hang a little bit at a lot of, you had a lot of boost there, right? But you just try to sneak in that landing, and I know it's tempting. But with your partner behind you, you should expect that you're going to be fired out like this. So landing there would have been fine if you were not front, but you were front, and that's why you got hit here. I think yeah, so the long sidestep as well there I wanted to comment on. So remember that, okay, let's pop quiz. Who wants to be the good student and answer? What's the biggest benefit of sidestep? Easy. Yes, breaks tracking. Excellent. When does that occur? When does it cut guidance? Oh, arms is right. It does give you cool speed lines. They do look really cool. But the most important thing is, when does the guidance cut occur? At the start. Yes, seriously, exactly. At the start. So we want to make sure when we do things like wake up sidestep into melee, like Drax is doing here, we want to make sure that we cancel into the melee as soon as possible. So actually the way you should be inputting this is 6-6-B. You press 6 and B at the same time. You just press like left or right, and then you press like your melee or whatever you want to do at the same time as the second directional input, so that the thing comes out right as you are sidestepping. So you should get in a habit of just doing that in general, because there's not very much reason you want to extend that sidestep aside from observing them. But let's just play out some examples. So, you know, let's say, so why did we sidestep there? We sidestep because we think they're gonna meaty us, right? They're gonna do meaty melee or meaty BR, meaty whatever, right? Meaty BR, meaty melee. Let's just say those two big examples, right? Okay, so meaty melee. They meaty melee us, we sidestep melee, right? Now, if we immediately sidestep in melee, is there like a benefit to delaying that melee? No, because we canceled their melee, so we should just hit them. We want to hit them, right? Now, if we delay the sidestep, what can possibly happen is we delay the sidestep and their melee, they rainbow step out of their melee when they meatied us, and then hit us before our melee comes out because we delayed it. Right. So, you know, We already have cut the guidance. So the thing is, you know, we're sidestepping. We've cut the guidance. If they do a second attack, it won't be cut because we've already cut the guidance. So the next attack won't have its guidance cut. Yeah. So, you know, so that doesn't work. All right, what about BR? They do meaty BR on us, meaty beam rifle. We do wake up sidestep melee. Okay. Well, wake up sidestep. So here, okay. So here is an okay example where it's justifiable, I guess, to hold it down. I don't personally think it's like worth it because you don't know what they're doing, right? So if they did meaty BR and you wake up sidestepped, if you did wait, you could see. So if you just immediately did sidestep melee and they did BR, if they were too far, you'd whiff your melee, and then you'd probably rainbow step it or something. If when you saw that you weren't gonna make it with the melee, or just rainbow step it regardless because it's option slice, right? And that situation's okay. We can play that out. It's fine, right? So yes, what Iris has said. So yes, it's true. If they meaty BR you and you wake up sidestep, you could theoretically see that they shot the BR. They shot the BR and then you could land, you could boost away, right? Actually, Iris said something a little different, but here's the problem. So what we're actually talking about is not really long holding the sidestep per se. It's the idea of committing versus non-committing. So when you wake up, if you sidestep, it's like sidestepping into something or just blanket sidestepping, right? Now the problem is, so if you don't commit, then yes, you have the option of reacting to what they do. But if you didn't commit after that sidestep and they did melee, rainbow step melee, you may just get hit. So I generally recommend committing when you wake up, because if you don't commit, you're relying on your reaction time, something that's very dangerous in this game. This is a very strong reaction-based game. So, like, as in reacting to things that are happening situation-wise, like solved. So, you know, you see something coming, you can respond properly, right? There are good responses to things. When we get into the realm of things where you need to actually react to them, like Twitch reaction to things, it's a very, very, very scary realm that we're in, and we do want to try and avoid that unless there's a high reward for it. There's no reason to put yourself into a situation where you need to like be able to react to, you know, a 15 to 20 frame thing when you don't have to, right? Now, of course, you know, that's better than forcing yourself into a bad 50-50 or something, right? But, you know, we can get into that later. It's not really important. My point being, if you do just do that wake up sidestep, you are kind of, I mean, you don't know what they're doing, right? So, yeah, it's a great option if you knew they were going to BR you. But if you knew they were going to BR you, you could just, like, sidestep anyways, right? Like, I mean, you could shoot them anyways. If you knew they were going to BR, then you could have done sidestep BR and just shot them and dodged their bullet. That's really great. You could land from that since you're on angle and it's fine, right? So you know, if you knew they were going to shoot, why do that? So the point is we don't know if they're going to melee or shoot in this hypothetical situation. And in the case where there's a 50% chance they're going to melee us, well, you know, sidestep into wait is you're just gonna get hit. You're just gonna get hit, or you're gonna get into a rainbow step fight. And if you're gonna get into a rainbow step fight, then you should just rainbow step fight in the first place, right? Now the real answer is a sidestep boomerang, but that's beside the point. Anyways, so yeah, this is actually why one of the things that I tend to like doing with Shinanju is doing sidestep sub. Actually, I actually like sidestep sub a lot because it's basically a sidestep. I mean, it's basically, you know, it's highly evasive maneuver. You fire at the same time. So I actually recommend sidestep sub, especially in those kind of wake up situations. It's pretty hard to dismantle. It's very hard to dismantle sidestep sub. If they melee, they get shot, and if they shoot you, you dodge it. It's pretty hard to avoid. Like the only way to avoid sidestep if you do the sidestep 6 sub is they would need to like jump over you at the last second and green lock you, or like boost underneath it. Or just some really weird things. And generally, you can react to the positioning of what they do. Anyways, so what was my point? My point is I generally recommend committing if you're going to wake up with something. If you're going to wake up with something, just commit. If you don't want to commit, then boost away. You have the invincibility. You can just run away. It's fine. Just, side tech and boost away, But if you want to commit like that with like a sidestep or something, then just just commit. Because if you just sidestep in front of their face and you don't do anything, that's really dangerous. That's really dangerous. Good. All right. So why do I mention this here? Well, if you had just meleeed a little bit earlier, you could have maybe well, generally if you just start your thing earlier. Is boosting directly upwards on wake up viable? Yes, it is viable. It has risks though. At some point I would like to just do an entire lecture on Okizeme, because Okizeme in this game is actually very complicated. That's why I generally just don't recommend I don't recommend you do Okizeme as a new player beyond like basic ones like Meaty BR. Meaty BR because it's safe and there's no real commitment. But I would not recommend doing committed Okizeme until you know what you're doing. It's very complicated. There's a reason why. Yeah, like every time every time you get like Okizeme on somebody, you do like a good Okizeme, not an option select, but an actual committed Okizeme. That's like you cheer. You're like, yeah, I did it, right? Like you do like Meaty Garaby and you win. You're just like, yeah, I did it, because it's not like you don't cheer when you hit someone with an overhead in a fighting game, right? You hit someone with like a melee, a meaty in a fighting game. You don't like celebrate. You're like, yeah, that's your fault for mashing, right? Because what did I say before? When you wake up, you have priority. No, Meaty Garaby is actually good. It's legit. It just like I have to explain all of the options before you can understand why Meaty Garaby is good. Meaty Garaby beats certain options that are like counter options to a bunch of other good Okizeme options. So Meaty Garaby is actually a good option, but you have to know why. Like you have to. I mean, you can just do Meaty Garaby and it'll hit, and you won't know why, and that's fine. But there are reasons why you want to Meaty Garaby, and they specifically aim to punish certain solutions to other Oki. Something I just don't want to talk about right now, because it's just we could just talk forever about Oki in this game. So I'll just once again summarize by saying, when you wake up in this game, you have priority. When you wake up in this game, you have priority. You have more boosts than them, unless they're also on the ground, in which case it's even. But you have invincibility. There's like the only reason you wouldn't have priority is because of range. Like they're better. They have better tools than you at a certain range, etc., etc. Fundamentally, though, you systematically have priority when you wake up. So when you do Okizeme in some way, you are foregoing that. You're saying, well, I know you have priority here. I know you have the advantage here. But regardless, I'm going to like do this thing because I know you're going to do this, or I think you're going to fuck up something. So yeah, when you land that, you're like, yeah. You're just like, that's right. Take that. And that's why when I do Oki on people and they get hit, I go, yeah, fuck you. Because it's not a matter of like, haha, you got hit by a mix-up, or haha, blah, blah, blah. No. When you do Oki on somebody, you are actually the one at disadvantage. You're the underdog. Okay, so here, what I will say is, it's actually not that important because you got pressured. It was a pretty bad pressure too. You just need, the more you play against the suit, the more you'll be able to react to his pose and boost away, because you could definitely dodge. This is pretty slow here. But you went for that melee, and as a result, ow, you got hit. I will also say, in terms of some matchup information, that do be careful of Zaku 3 when he's glowing. So generally, wake up, melee, against, you know, being knocked down by Zaku 3 when he has charge shot beyond is probably the last thing you want to try and do, especially with Shinanju. So, you know, that's a matchup thing. I will say in general that, you know, you melee a little too much just for the fact that you're in this mode. If you want to melee more, you know, be in the other mode. That was unfortunate, so, you know, I see that was just a miss. So here, right, it would be nice to cut for your partner. We really wanted to cut his partner. No, he can't cut. It's not that it's not that he can't do pressure, but I'm saying that when he's glowing, he does way more damage. So you'd rather just not pursue him in melee when he's glowing like that. That's pretty scary. So we would like to cut here. Oh, we did get the cut. Okay, so we swapped. So it's just a little bit of a late swap. I thought he was going to ignore that, but yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's great. So it's in these kind of situations here. It's in these kind of situations where I would actually recommend that you you swap to your melee mode, because what's the easiest way to peel? Well, melee is a pretty easy way to peel, right? Because melee is pretty easy to peel because if they're not actually looking at you, you're just gonna hit them with melee. So spamming BRs to peel is okay. In the long run, you get the landing punish regardless. But in these kind of situations where you can't even afford to let your partner get hit once, you just want to melee because they are clearly ignoring you. They are clearly ignoring you. General rule of thumb is if you're being ignored, go for melee. Like if you're being ignored, then just melee. There's no reason not to go for melee. If you're close like this, right? You're really close. Like here, like just melee. See how he's actually dodging these shots? If you just melee there, he would have gotten hit. Luckily, guy gets the melee. Thank God. I actually thought the game was gonna be over right there. So that's good. So here melee. Melee would actually just go for melee. He does go for melee, so that's good. That of course sucked. The game could have been okay maybe if Zemo had not gotten shot by that. But again, this would have been a lot better if he would switch modes. So I guess, you know, the biggest thing I want to talk about with this match was just that you should be aware of the weakness of your melee in high maneuverability mode. It's not very good. It's quite bad actually. It's really awful. It's actually really bad. It's amazingly bad. It's slow. It has very low reach. By slow, I mean the Starp is slow. It has really low reach, bad priority. It doesn't move very far, and it has like so it has poor hitbox. It doesn't move very far. Honestly, it's like bad in everything, and the combo is bad. Like 6B, like that combo in 6B is really slow. It's like it's like really bad at cut resistance unless you're in the good mode. So if you're going to melee with this suit, then just switch modes. Or don't melee. I mean, yes, it's still fine to melee. Some of these, you know, you BR into melee, it's great. Melee as a punish, that's fine, you know. But some of these ones where they're kind of close and you aim to pursue with the melee, they don't end up working out at all in this match. And it's not because of, it's not a miracle, you know, it's just because the melee is very poor. So, you know, I would just say stick to landing punishes because some of these melees, you know, and this is a problem everyone kind of has, really. It's a common problem. Is like you see that you're in a position to punish with melee. So I'll talk about this while we get to it because it's in this match. There's an example. Is we see that there is an opportunity for us to melee, so we go for it. But the important thing is also that building sucked there, but oh well. The important thing to remember is even if you can melee, if you can not melee and get the landing punch, it's just as good. I mean, you know, maybe the damage. So here's the big one, right? So he saw that Zaku 3 was gonna land because he was really low on boost, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna melee him because he's close. Well, you could have just landing punished him, and it would have been fine. But you know, the temptation of laying that melee is really strong in everybody wants to, right? Because melee is a better reward. But you drop it due to a green lock, and it was just a kind of sticky situation to go for melee, and as a result, you know, I think we get shot by something random. Yeah, it looks like Alex is BC. Do I think Boost Dash melee would have connected? Well, any melee would have connected if he had done it earlier. It only didn't connect because he mistimed it. So yeah, Boost Dash melee would have been okay, but Boost Dash melee would have been really dangerous there because he's like falling at you, so he would have been pressing BR. The real answer is he should have just landing punched there because Prototype could have shot something, I'm pretty sure. We had to check his angle, but it's like it happens over here. Yeah, right there. So right here, so already, Zaku's like boosted twice and we just took off the ground. Oh, free punish. This is like unavoidable. Oh, so it looks like he was not spacing. So if we just meleeed here, it's fine. Meleeing here is fine. It just didn't work because... Oh wait, actually, did it just whiff? Maybe I'm wrong. This is just... Like, yeah, Boost Dash melee, so yes, the short answer is Boost Dash melee would have worked there for sure. Just boosting closer into like 6B was fine. There were a lot of things you could have done. You could have done almost anything for that to get a hit. So, let's watch this one more time. So right here. So when you land, remember when you land, you should just be looking at other people. Are they in the air? Ooh, I have priority. So ooh, I have priority here. Two boosts on a 1K. Oh, it's my game now, son. So actually, so if you look here, we're both falling. So if you just waited a little bit and then meleeed, like if you fell with him and then meleeed, it would have been fine. So, oh yeah, it looks like it was just a hitbox. I can't tell actually. It looks like it was a muzzle correction issue. So. It's hard to tell. That's a very. It's hard to tell whether that was reach or the like green lock. Yeah, the tracking mislock. But I think it was the tracking mislock. So, well, there's no. The reason why Boost Dash melee would have worked there is because you get closer. If you Boost Dash melee when you're closer, but he would have shot you anyways, and he should have shot regardless. So it doesn't really matter. The landing punch would have been the right solution, or the falling punch. Oh, he might have been like mashing the follow up, which is true. But Saboteur, remember that when you say tracking, it's different than tracking has a bunch of different variables. So I do not believe that Boost Dash melee actually has better vertical like muzzle correction. Irsa, it depends. Anyways, so the point was that we should have just landed and punished him. The point was we should have just landed and punished him. So that's all that's important. I don't actually know which melee that was. Was that 6B? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Like he should have shot us anyway, so it didn't really matter. It was an iffy situation that we should have just landing punished him. Yeah, we should have just landing punished him basically, or landing like we should have landing punished him with melee or landing punished him with BR, just because he's like falling so fast. That kind of situation is just you don't want to try and melee there unless you have a good melee. The point is, Shinanju's melee sucks, so don't melee him with it. that's the important thing to take away from this. You know, we can talk about these little the little things that are not really important. The point is, his melee sucks. Don't fuck that shit. Just shoot your rockets. All right. Let's move on. All right. Okie dokie. Let's go ahead and load up our next replay. Alright, so we're gonna watch Saboteur's replays next, and he has written up a bunch of stuff that he wants us to cover, so that's all good and dandy. Go ahead and, well, I'll do that later. Okay. Wish there was a less roundabout way to load these up, but alas, not much we can do. Yeah, Saboteur, yeah, like, so, can you give me some tips with Seuss after Second Impact? Sure, Luminays, no problem, just remind me. Today is a pretty free day, so, you know, we have, I intentionally, I'm taking this a little slow. Today's gonna be a long day. Today's gonna be a long Second Impact. I want to make up for, you know, some of the, we're gonna be in Dominion mode for a bit, so just, you know, stand by while I go ahead and load these replays up. So we're gonna be in for a little long. Foolish Overlord, it's a bot. Based on it is, well, you just go to Nightbot. I'll save explaining like how it actually works. Whoopsies. Copy. Whoopsies. Copy. Anyway, so yeah, so today is going to be a little bit long because I want to make up for like the fail of the last couple, and we had a lot of fail today anyways, but hopefully we're done with that fail, so. Anyways, yeah, so, yeah, Twitch is being really bad right now. I apologize for that. My recommendation is just to type in long sentences. So, like, you know, just write things in full sentences. That's my recommendation. Alright, let me switch back. Good. Yes. So yeah, my disc is like scratched or something. I don't even know. It's just really weird. Alright, great. Cool. I am assuming you are Rock. Because I see Rock in all these. They're not your replays. Oh! So they're not. I opened up the wrong email. That's okay, we'll go ahead and look at these. And then we'll go ahead and... My bad. Okay. Well, we'll look at these anyways. And then we'll look at Saboteurs, I guess. Okay, so... This is quite long. I'm going to go through these a little bit fast because there are a lot of them. Okay, so let's see. I think, let's see. So a lot of these are kind of like, he's playing a bunch of different suits, and he's basically just asking like, did I do it right? Or like, how do I play this suit? So I think that's fine if it's your main suit, but there's like 10 different suits here. There's like 10 different suits here. and I'm feeling a lot of these are subsuits. So this is one thing I will kind of discourage, just because it's kind of it's fine, but you know, like other people are like waiting to get their stuff looked at, and they're like, you know, they're like, you know, playing like their main suit, and they want, you know. So I don't mind giving advice. I don't mind giving advice on all of these suits. It's fine, but just to respect the level of help that everyone else is looking for, I will go ahead and prune this to what I think you normally play. Because, like, you know, when I see things like 00 Gundam, how to use it in general, you know, well, I mean, we do learn something, but I might as well just give a lecture if it's going to be something like, how do I play 00 Gundam? I can talk about how to play 00 Gundam for like an hour or whatever, but it doesn't really have anything to do with replays anymore, right? So, you know, we can always do that some other time, but, you know, for this, it's, you know, we might as well do something that takes advantage of being able to look at people's replays, because I can just sit here and lecture about, you know, how to just play a suit, but it's not something we need to do during this time slot, right? So we'll go ahead and look at his God replays, because I know he's played God before, and I remember vaguely his God play. So we'll go ahead and take a look at his God match, because we've seen that before, and we can just talk about what's better and, you know, what we can work on. Rock is Pokemon. Alright. This map. So one of the things is running is really dangerous, so we want to just really be careful about running. So running, like, so last time, you know, so this is good. I like the partitioning here. I like that attempt as well. Like, this is all great. I really like that. I really like that. He's actually doing a really nice job of charging up the Psyche-Off. That's nice. I really like seeing that, because it shows me that he's paying attention. He confirmed that. He confirming that would have been really good. But one of the things I will say is, you know, last time we watched him, he was just spamming God Field, and it's not really that good. I like that sidestep, might as well. So last time he was just spamming God Field, and it was not working out very well. This time he's using the boost run, which is a little bit better than spamming God Field, but it's still not exactly what we're going to be doing. I like this overheat. It's great. So like this kind of God Field's okay. I'm okay with this, right? This is a little iffy, but you know, I'd like to see some good use of activate here. So we have a lot of God Field spam. This is a good confirm. You can guess. Oh, okay, never mind. You can't do second one off that much, I guess. You didn't activate. That's unfortunate. Ah, so you know, just know melee would be fine there. Okay. Ah, that's unfortunate. Alright, good. So this is great. This is a much better than last time. Much better than last time. I will say that still what you want to do for movement is don't use the ground dash unless you know what you're doing. You can do an advanced trick that makes the ground dash really good by Toby canceling it into sidestep main. But if you're not particularly doing that, I recommend first when you're learning the suit to start out using the sidestep into boost dash cancel to get to low to the ground boost dash. It's very good. I think that your use of God Field dash here in general is a lot better than it was before. You're spamming it a lot less, and some of them are actually really nice situations to use God Field in. So I approve of a lot of it. It's a little bit excessive still, but I think some of that's preferential. So it's a lot better than before. There were less God Fields that were just straight up like you should be punished for it, and more God Fields that I would say they're just like you know, there's pros and cons, and that's preference. So I won't really pick on that too much. So I would say this is much better. I noticed that we saw at least 2 defensive bursts from the opponents. So I would say I think you're being a little bit aggressive when they offensive burst, and I would I would caution you when they burst offensively, or sorry, defensively, when they do their full burst, when you hit them. Like, I would caution you, since they do have more invincibility time and they do have regenerate a ton of their boost. I would caution you to be a little bit more wary when they do stuff, and just you look like you're very, very still very, very, very bold after when you hit them after they've defensive burst. So I would caution being a little more careful, because it's quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. I would just say be a little bit careful. Be a little bit careful about that. Anything else I want to say about this? You know, watch the hit confirms. You missed a couple hit confirms. And you know, if you're close enough to Godfield, just melee. Like, if you're close, like sometimes you Godfield when you're really close to them, but you might as well just melee, because Godfield doesn't really like help you as much. You might as well just melee them, or Shining Finger, right? I mean, you know, not really too much advantage to Godfielding when you're right at them. You might as well just melee, honestly, because you're gonna get hit if they fire at you regardless, right? Good. Anything else or any comments from the chat about this replay? Well, I think I'll go ahead and look at the other ones. I think that's all I really need to say. Yeah, good. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's actually look at Saboteurs. Let's actually look at Saboteurs. Let me get some water really quick, sorry. I need to replenish my water. Okay. Go ahead and download this. I do like this lobby music. It's pretty classy. Still not as good as Joy Sound Dive, but you know, it sure as hell beats BB's. Holy shit. It's like fucking sick of that damn track by the end. Like in CT when I actually net played that game, it's the net play game's background where it's like the like that fucking track, man. I was fucking sick of that track by the end. Jesus Christ. Because you know, of course, I just like have it playing in the background while I do other stuff because I just, you know, wait for games or whatever. And damn. All right. Go ahead and switch. We are going to be in Dominion mode for just a little bit, so please bear with me. I think that background track is pretty funny because it's not very Gundam. It's like they didn't know. I don't even remember what the live music is in that game. I tried net playing Arcana Heart and I was like, fuck this. I like played like 2 matches online with like Tone and I was like, this is awful. Like, I net played with, like, Donovan, and we played, like, just some terrible delay. I tried net playing with John, who was, like, really close to me, and it was still laggy, and I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. It just made me fucking angry. That game is fucking awful to net play. Playing that game with delay is just, like, so painful. Because you just, like, get mashed out, and you just fucking dance game. Well, like, I net played with Wingman, but, like, Wingman didn't really know how to play yet, so it didn't really matter. Like, when you play, like, other people, and, like, you know, both people just, like, know how to do combos and actually punish you, it's just really stupid, because, like, somebody will just do some really YOLO thing, and you can't even punish it because you can't react. Like, it's just awful in that game. You do things like somebody does, like, forward guard cancel at you, or whatever, boost, I forget what you call it. The Clash, like, 6D. Or like 4D. What are they called again? D cancels. Oh shit, what are they called? Hold on, let me go ahead and refresh this. Put this out of Dominion mode. No, not homing cancels. The guard cancel homing cancels. They have a name. I just keep forgetting what they are. Are they really just guard cancels? I don't think that. Oh, maybe they are just. Oh, okay. I guess they are just GCs. Oh, yeah. Okay, because I refer to them as GCs, not guard cancels. Yeah. So like, yeah, like when you do like fucking like 6G, like it's just hella Dan's game, because like you just do like 6GC, like yeah, like someone like 6Ds at you or some shit, and then like normally, you know, you punish it with something, or like there's some dumb clash, but like they're like mashing instead, or like you don't like react to it late enough, so you guys just both like recover or something, and then they just 2A you or something. You're just like, ah, it's like really dumb. And yeah, it's that game in net play is hella silly, especially if you play, especially if it's like zoning. Trying to play against like fucking Petra on net play is just pretty fucking stupid, or just trying to like bait out her counters and shit in net play is just pretty awful. It's okay, I can't really complain. I like play like Plant, so you know it's pretty easy on net play, because I'm like, haha, I have this like +7 shit, deal with it. Oh, it's also really easy for me to combo even in lag. And it's like 1,000 years to hit confirm. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna look at some matches. Okay, what's your name? Are you Popahoist? Oh, you are, because you're playing. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let me take a look and see. I don't remember. Let me look at your notes. You said. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and read Saboteur's like notes. So he says, I play exclusively black, usually Stallman. My biggest issue is that I kind of have trouble picturing the entire stage and often get separated from my partner. Just do log people, blah, 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 blah. So some of that have horrible ping, so we'll try and keep that in mind. Okay, great. Alright, we'll just go from the bottom up, I guess. Yes. Alright, damn it, why do we have to watch you play on the stage? This hurts my eyes. The stage is like... This is this fucking stage. I don't super dislike the stage. I do find the stage annoying, though. There are things I don't like about the stage. Like the fact that there's an easy 8 on the top of that ramp spamming subs on you. Like, Jesus Christ. Alright. So, the first thing... Okay, well, let's just watch this, because, you know, yeah. We'll just watch this first and try and get a feel for things. Oh, man. So I'll go ahead and mention, by the way, it's like, if you're gonna do, whoa, that's pretty funny. If you're in an overheat situation, like trying to aim with the trade with AC is not so good an idea. It's not really gonna work out that much. Wow. I honestly just probably recommend trying to YOLO plan, because yeah. Oh, okay, so this is a pretty good point to mention something. So in that situation, you should tech. It's fine to late tech because you don't want to get reset, but generally it's better to actually tech because you get to rearrange your positioning. So I kind of understand there that like you were maybe afraid of full cloth teching in your face too, but if you don't see, like, it depends on who you're playing with, but like, the stage isn't bad. It could be worse. I generally I find the neutral game in the bottom basement part a little annoying. It's like its own game, kind of. It's kind of just a little annoying, but you know, it's not. It's just different. It's just different. Like, whenever I play on the stage, I have to actually play differently. Like, if I'm playing against somebody who knows how to play on the stage, it's actually kind of tough. Anyways, so I would recommend people to late tech if possible. Like, if you can late tech, unless you know your opponent is also going to late tech. So yeah, like, you know, if full cloth's also late teching and you late tech, it's not that bad. You know, you might get hit. But remember, because of down value, even if full cloth hits you, it's probably not going to do that much damage. It'll force it down, but it won't be that much damage because you already got hit like twice. Oh, you can get your BCs back. Well, the thing is, like, you know, like, you get back on, like, you know, you still don't have your BC up. So you might as well tech. Like, the BC recovery is pretty slow. So, I mean, you know, you recover it while you're around. Like, you know, you could just stand. I mean, if you want to wait for stuff to reload, you can reload it while you're up. You know, your character has pretty good, you know, defense just based on your attack. You know, yeah. So yeah, like, the biggest problem with this stage is, well, I find neutral game in the bottom part annoying, but yeah, anything dealing with this ramp is quite annoying. It's like, it's just very annoying because people want to be on the ramp, so it ends up being very cramped. This is pretty just annoying. No, like, well, even if full cloth didn't, like, even if full cloth late teched, the late tech there, it's not really gonna recover you the BC. It's just like, it's not really that good of a reason to choose that particular tech style just for your BC. Your BC is good, but because of that, like, I think your partner, like, got hit. Pretty sure your partner got hit because of that. Because he just died. So, like, if we rewatch this again, I'm pretty sure while you guys sit on the ground, your partner dies. So it's kind of important. So it's fine that you didn't immediately tech, but I do recommend at least doing a late tech or like a halfway drop tech, because you have some invincibility. You can repair the situation. Well, no, the thing is, it doesn't really matter if you think the 1v1's in his advantage. There's no reason to not help him. Oh god, his melee's so slow. Yeah, so like that, I wouldn't really recommend that. Like, you got hit anyways. It's just really slow. Like, this shit that comes out, it's like, not the end of the world, but I find that doesn't really work very well, just because it's so slow. No, I mean, no, it's an okay idea. It's not a bad idea because you were in a really bad situation. You were like overheating, so there's nothing you can really do. You might as well throw it out. If it was a different kind of assist, it would have been fine. It's just that his assist is slow. So if it was Gunner's assist, it would have worked. If it was Gunner's assist, it would have worked. It's just because his assist is weird. It's really dumb, but it's just different. So it's not bad. It's just different. Like, you get hit, yeah. It's so funny. You get hit. You get hit like here or something. Yeah, so like I would tech here. Or like here. Because Kushi is also, if you look at his HP, he's at like 1 HP, so you know, like there's no reason not to help your partner because you want. Here's the other thing, like, so even if you late tech, that's still not good because you're against full cloth, so you're split up with your partner, and you're gonna be teching. You're gonna be teching, and there's gonna be full cloth on your butt. That's just so bad. Like, you don't want that. You know, I don't know what's gonna happen the rest of this game, but this game could have easily been lost because of this tech. Because because of the choice of like, even if Kushi doesn't die here, the point is you're separated, and like, also, EZ8's like not that bad against Kushi because of break cancels. Like, I mean, it's not an amazing matchup, but he can certainly stall. He can certainly stall enough for full cloth to like poo on you. Well, you can just retreat while facing him. You can boost dash forward towards Kushi and then turn around, and you can swerve while falling and then just look at full cloth, and it's like really safe, and just do a falling double A. Like, what's he gonna do about it? You're gonna land and you're gonna be fine. But instead what happens is you guys both don't tech, and this is actually really scary. He actually techs before you, so I don't know what he does here, but you know, he tries. Oh, he just does wrong Oki here. Like, this guy actually fucked up, but like, you know, he missed time. He didn't really do a meaty. He allowed you to wake up and boost at him, but you know, this could have been really scary, and this is still really scary because there's still what's his name behind you, and luckily he just like YOLO'd and the other guy dropped his landing punish, but you know, oh, you activated to defend it, so regardless, it was pretty gross because he forced you to activate. He forced you to waste an activate, a really gross activate too, because you're at like really low. Oh, never mind, sorry, my bad. This is actually fine activate amount, but it's just like, you know, you had to activate there to get out. You wouldn't have even had to use that activate. You could have used it offensively if you hadn't done that tech there. But it's because you chose that tech, then so you were actually in a sticky situation. They basically forced you to use an activate. So you could have avoided that entire sequence if you just teched. What's up, Cinnabar? So the important thing to remember is that whenever you get hit by that kind of stuff, if you tech, it remembers your down value, so the risk is a lot lower. Yes, it's true that taking the full knockdown is bad, so that you will be punished anyways. It's not like it's free to tech, but you know, I mean, if you don't tech, you're on the ground anyways, so it's still pretty bad. So yes, the situation's a little different because you both got hit. That is true, and you know, probably if you had gotten hit really far away, you probably would tech in the air, and it's because full cloth was there that you didn't want to tech. I understand that, but being knocked down at the same time as full cloth is like already hell scary. So, you know, I would recommend probably just trying to do a late tech, because there's a good chance, like in this match, that he just chose a no tech. I could control full cloth if I reacted to him. Well, I'm gonna recommend against those kind of decisions until you like are comfortable enough, because it's not a really good way to learn. I mean, you should not choose an option because you think you're better than the other person, basically. Because if you're better than the other person, then you should win anyways, and it shouldn't really matter. But you want to be learning how to challenge yourself and play against stronger people and be able to tap into, you know, your better resources. So I generally do not recommend decision making based on like the fact of, oh, I'm like a better player than this guy, so I can handle him. That's how we build bad habits, and that's where things like mashing melee and net play tactics in this game come from. Like, we want to focus on having nice, you know, we don't want to have these bad habits, because eventually you're going to fight people who are much stronger than you. And if you're used to those kind of things where it's like, oh, well, this matchup is like 3-7 in his favor, but I think I can handle it, it's not going to work. You're just going to get hit, and you're going to be like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. You know? So, you know, GBO3 versus full cloth, you guys both being knocked down, split up, you're the back player. Full Cloth does not mind being very aggressive there. It's exactly what he wants. That's actually exactly what he wants. The most important thing is you just don't want to do exactly what he wants. And Full Cloth really wants that. He really wants your partner who has died once or really, really low, somewhere far away, and he just wants to land one combo. Because all he has to do is land one combo on you, you're in the red, and then he kills you twice and the game's over. He has, you know, and he hasn't, you know, I mean, you over Cosmos is not a big deal, but, you know, with ABC Mantle and a bunch of forceful things, he can force his way through and get some really nasty stuff, even though it's true that you have your rockets, but it's, you know, it's Full Cloth, so it's just, it's a bad matchup, or at least not a favorite one for you, and just, it's just the back player, like, even if it was 6-4, so here's the thing, this is one of those things where cost is more important than anything else. You're at, like, 322 and your partner died, that's like, okay, you can't really afford to take anything more, because, you know, let's just say you get hit by Full Cloth again and put you generously at like 100 HP. If you like take a full combo, like even just double whip, that's like one something, so, you know, you're still at like 150-ish, let's just say, you know, that's pretty dangerous. With Kushi coming at full health, that's pretty dangerous situation to be in. And so, you know, it's just a matter of, yeah, and you're in like one combo one combo region when you die, so it's just, you know, so it's just a matter of health here. So for example, if your partner was like, you know, if your partner was like on his second life already at like 60%, I would say that's fine, because, you know, you get hit there, it's still, you know, it's pretty even, and like maybe you're a little bit behind or whatever, you know, so there's all those kind of things. But because of where you were as a back player, even if it was like in your advantage, the risk is just really scary. This is really risky because you're at 322. If you're at like 500, no problem. Max health, no problem. But 300 is a little bit low to be making this play. That's all I say. I would say maybe 400 is okay. Like 400, 450, I would probably say that's fine. Just 300 feels a little bit too risky for this play. Just because, like, you know, you're in the 2 combo death category right now. If you're at like the 400-ish, then like you can maybe survive 2 combos. It's not as bad. Now, it's true that you had an activate, and that is important. So it is true that you can say, yeah, well, you know, I had this activate here, so even if things got messy, I can activate. That's true to some extent, but we don't really want to have to do that, because we'd rather use our full activate, or we'd rather use our half offensively to, you know, get some guaranteed damage. On top of that, you know, if Full Claw's already in, there's not too much room to use your, you know, burst. If he's already on you, you know, activating won't really help you escape his melee, and, you know, your melee is not that good. You know, I mean, yeah, you can, I think it refreshes your BCs, so you can BC again, I guess, but, you know, it's, yeah. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, and he has whip, it's just really scary, so, you know. So, it was just a sticky situation. In the end, it wasn't that big of a deal. They forced you to use a half activate, you got a combo on Full Claw, so in the end, it worked out. I'd say it was like maybe an even trade-ish, or perhaps, you know, ish. You know, judging from the, you know, because his damage on Full Cloth, and he's pretty, well, I don't know, maybe, you know, the activate could have been really useful in taking down something else. So in the end, you were even exchange, I'd say. So not that bad, considering all things considered. But yeah, it's dangerous. It's risky. You could have avoided it by just sticking. The important thing is that, like, it was risky. So we could speculate on how risky it was, but there was a lot of risks that you probably didn't need to put yourself in. Anyway, so we'll watch the rest of this. So, like, you know, I don't know what your partner's doing, and neither do you. But that's kind of what we're gonna talk about, right? Yeah, it's really, but, you know, like, I don't even know how much HP I mean, I'm sure you're like pinging or whatever, but I don't know how much your partner has right now, so that would be nice to know. Let's watch this. maybe we should look at it like this. Because, you know, actually, I find this view to be pretty interesting sometimes. So... I generally don't use this view. I'm not really used to utilizing this view, but, you know, we'll watch this from this view and, you know, and see whether we think it's anything interesting. So first of all, I'll go ahead and say, like, overall, you're playing really aggressively for being a 2.5k back. It's really dangerous, and in the end, you know, yeah, exactly what you said. Like, it is this map though, so I will say this map, this map, okay. This map has to be played a little differently, and this team is definitely in this team's favor. This map's definitely in your opponent's team's favor. Full Cloth is like pretty happy to see this map. I think this map is pretty hard to kite on, and like and stuff, just in general. But so it's true that you have less leeway room to hide behind your partner on this map, but regardless. So this is fine. Like, if we just look at your, so here, right? If we just look at your formation, you're kind of forward. You're kind of really forward, right? So like, this is pretty, you know, like, if you just look at the positions here, you know, we can see a lot in terms of positioning. I mean, if you just watch the way you move, because I actually really like watching this from this perspective, because you can't really see exactly from your perspective, you kind of dislodge yourself from things like, ooh, press A here, boost here, boost here. And when we look at it like this, we're really forced to just only pay attention to formations here. So when we really look at formations, we see, oh, okay, you're being pincered right now, right? You're one-on-one taking on this Easy 8, your partner's one-on-one taking out fighting Full Cloth, and you're being sandwiched. Right, so this is okay because you get the down. And his partner corrects his position, so you guys are back in face, right? And here, you know, Irisa kind of forces his way in. So corner, right? This is kind of gross as well, and you know, maybe you land a nice combo, so it's okay. But just in terms of positioning, it's, you know, you have the high ground now though, but look how you're front, right? You're close. You're close. Right, and he actually gets like a full combo. He didn't even need the combo to whip, because yeah, we didn't get that cut. That was nice, but oh yeah, this isn't Yusa. This is some other player. So, you know, just look at these positions, right? I wish we could just like pause this without, you know, but I mean, this is kind of not really what we want to see, right? It's hard on this map though, because even if I had to just choose where I think you two should be right now, which would probably be, you know, like just Kushi being closer, and it's true that Kushi is playing a little bit farther back than maybe he needs to be, but you know, regardless, you know, in terms of cost, you guys are doing fine. It's not the end of the world, but you know, this is pretty, you know, I mean, you're actually really on, you are really ahead here. You are really ahead here, but but this is like the worst health management. Like, this is exactly what they want you. If you know, like, I'd say the Easy 8 here was not a very good player, and he just kind of got blown up. He wasted a bunch of activates. He just was not good at doing stuff. This map sucks for Easy 8 though, first of all, so fuck that. Like, I know I just said that this map is good for Easy 8 because of the high ground, but when you're not on the high ground, this sucks dick. Cause like, it's just really annoying, because there's just, you know, it's like playing tank on like that stupid map with the potholes. Like when you're like that 1K runner suit, it's just really, really awkward on this map. I feel like you got hit a lot, you know. But yeah, when you're on the high ground, it's like really great for Easy 8. You know, you can spam sub up there all you want, and it's great. But, you know, like there's just really weird things because of all the dumb corner edges. It's just yeah. Is it the seed one? It's the one with the craters. Like the craters are like really annoying. Like if you've ever played tank on that crater map, it's awful. It's awful. It is awful. Like I dare anybody to try playing tank on that map. It's I want to shoot myself. You like fall in the pothole and then you're like I can't get out. I have to switch into like normal mode and like mobile mode and then like fucking helicopter up and then like land and then get back into MA modes. Yeah. Yeah, that mode that map's like awful for tank. So it's kind of similar with this map in Easy 8. Anyway, so I will say so, you know, you guys were ahead, so it's fine. You know, it's fine. Not a big deal. You won and you were going to win no matter what. Generally, I mean, full cost pretty low too, you know. But you know, your health, like, you know, 197 and Kushi is at 620. You know, just in general, theory wise, you should really just have been focusing on. I'm okay with the mountain map. Actually, I actually kind of like playing on that map. I think that map's fine. I actually think that map's fine. I think that map is this map, but like 1,000 times better because there's the buildings are better and the big rocks are better and yeah. It's just the most balanced map, Colony. It's big enough that rain suits have leeway and it's less like melee oriented and there aren't like really dumb obstacles. Though I do think the little thing near the buildings on the, like, I don't know what side you would call it, but on the side with the buildings, there's a little thing that juts out in the corner near the wall, and I think that should just be removed. It's just the worst thing ever. It should just be taken away. It's awful. That thing is awful. I don't know why it's there. It just should be removed. I will just say right now, that little, like, that is it tunnel engine? Is that what it is? Yeah, it's the little corner edge. It smooths out. We should make a map tier list. I'm down to do that. That sounds fun. But like, it's got this little table edge, and it like goes off into the ground. That thing is awful. You get stuck on it and you just die. It's really horrible. It's never really to your advantage. It's just like you get stuck on it and just get hit. I really hate that thing. It serves like no real interesting purpose other than to troll you. It's like slipping. I hate that thing. Anyways. So, you know, you're really in deep here. And, you know, that was not so good, but it doesn't matter because you're winning. But, I mean, you easily could have actually lost this, you know. Your partner got that sick-ass Nairobi, but, I mean, you were at, like, 1 HP. Yeah, you can destroy it. That's the silly thing. It's destructible. I actually wish it wasn't destructible because at least then it wouldn't like absorb hitbox stuff, but you can absorb some things. Fucking dumb. Alright, let's move on. Maps I like are Africa Tower. I'm okay with this map. I don't like playing it though. Just because when you can't see what's over the hill, it's stupid. I would be fine if I could see. Like, I can't see. Like, I wish I could see. I would be okay with the hill if I could see, but I can't even see. So it's just like, this map's silly. Talking about maps is pretty fun, though. I actually enjoy talking about maps. I like all the maps in full boost, just like all of them, though, in general. I really like the town square map in full boost now. It's amazing. But this map, when you can't see things, is really annoying. Other than that, I think this map's okay, though. I mean, it's just flat. But, you know, not being able to see stuff is pretty silly. So, you know what, he was talking about positioning, so let's just watch this. So, you know, we're just going to pause every so often. I'm not actually really going to talk too much about, like, Saboteur's, like, GPO3 usage, because it's pretty straightforward. The town square map, the alleyways are wider, and that's all they did. They made every single thing on the ground wider. So they're actually wider. You don't, yeah, that's all there is to it. They're a lot wider. So we're just gonna go ahead and like talk about formation. Formation, this is pretty good since, you know, since Saboteur says he has problems with formation. So yes, we don't want to be too redundant because I'm probably just going to be like, you need to be near your partner. You need to be near your partner. You need to be near your partner. You need to be near... But let's rather than that, let me get some water, sorry. Yeah, like, I think this map's okay for dog. Town Square. I think Town Square's okay for dog. It's annoying for, like, Easy 8 and, like, Goof. I actually like it for dog, though. Because you're generally in the middle as dog, you're, like, in the Town Square area. But, like, with, like, a suit like Easy 8, you tend to rather be on the top or in the back, and then you just get, like, stuck in the alleyway and die. Because, like, Master jumps in, or, like, Quanta jumps in, and you're, like, in the alleyway as, like, Easy 8, and you're just like, what the fuck do I do? And Master's like, ha ha! And you, like, you're just, like, stuck in this little alleyway, you can't do anything, you just, like, try and block, and you eventually die, and you're like, this sucked. It's a lot better now, but yeah, that map's, or like Tank, it's pretty, actually it's okay with Tank because you also tend to kind of be in the middle. It's kind of annoying as Tank though, because when you're out of bullets or you don't have smoke, you like try and get in the alleyway, and you maybe try and get on the top, but you can't because you can't jump. So you're like, oh, switch to mobile suit mode, and then jump on the top, then land. Then I switch back into mobile armor, and then I do stuff, and then you drop down, you get stuck, and then your Master comes in and wipes with the cloth, and you die. You know, it's pretty awful too. So yeah, I don't like that map. But it's much better now. I actually like that map. I actually like playing on that map a lot now. As you've seen, you know, if you ever watch my full boost streams, is I have to play on all the maps now because, you know, people don't pick side 7 all the time. And yeah, it's kind of annoying. But it's fun because most of the maps are fun now, and the new maps are really good. I really like all the new maps. Anyways, so you know, talking about maps is, you know, as Americans we tend to play on side 7, but I mean, maps are not completely irrelevant because they actually play on other maps in arcades in Japan. And, you know, Dogfight is actually played on, I think, a random select map, which I find extremely bizarre. And, like, watching the grand finals of fucking Dogfight be, like, on this map, I'm just like, what the fuck, man? Like, why are they doing this? So, you know, it does have some weight, but I think in full boost, I would be okay with going back to random select. I still like side 7. I think they do counterpick. I wasn't really paying attention, but the point is that they like pick like it's open stage pick. I think it's kind of dumb though, just because, you know, it's just really dumb to. I don't think stage picking should be an issue in this game. I don't want this to be like, no, they didn't fix Colonial Laser. It's still the worst map ever and should just be deleted. Thanks. Moving on. They changed the other map with the thing that moves up and down though. I forget what map that is, but they changed that one. I think they made it better. Anyways, what was I saying? So, I don't know. I don't want this game to turn to, like, fucking, like, Smash or something about stage picking. I think that's really Dan's game. I think stage picking has no... It's just silly. Yeah. Angel, Halo. What's that stage from? I don't even know what series that one's from. But yeah, anyways, they made that map better. I think that map's okay. I mean, I'll complain about when I lose, but when I win, I won't feel angry about it. So, take that as you will. Oh, victory. Okay, that's why I don't know what it is. Okay. So, I don't know. I mean, I will say I'm just uncomfortable with the idea of, like, stage picking being an element of the game, just because I'm so used to playing games where it doesn't matter, and it's just, you know, new. So I won't really say it's bad, and I don't think it's bad. Stage picking is interesting in its own right, but I think this game has so much depth already, and the fact that it's a team game, that it doesn't need stage picking to be like a deep or good game. This game is like great without stage picking, right? And maybe, you know, like, for example, a game like Smash, maybe we think stage picking is a really interesting element of the game because of the way it works as a platform game, so it's fine. I actually think it's great, you know? But, like, you know, imagine, like, Marvel with stage picking. I mean, you know, just, like, imagine that kind of crap. Do you really want to deal with all that, like, thinking about that kind of stuff? That's It's same idea, in my opinion, with this kind of game. It's already it's already a 2-on-2 game with all of these compositions you need to worry about and all this other crap. Do we really need to like start talking about stage picking and stuff? Now, that being the case, I do think that the stages are much more balanced aside from Colony Laser and Angel Halo in full boost. So I would not mind like random selecting. Like I would not feel that bad if it was random select. I will complain against like Quanta / Full Cloth, at least in vanilla, or net, you know, in the new game it would be like, I don't know. In new game it's different. In new game it's different, but in vanilla I will complain whenever I have to play against like fucking double melee or a melee heavy team or a close range heavy team in like that really dumb map, the really small square map with the little boxes that's like the training mode stage. Like that. Oh god. Yeah, god, yeah. Anyways. Well, like, you know, Reborn, full, like, all the top tier suits in full boost are... No, it's not Africa Tower. I'm talking about the really close one with, like, the small little bunkers on the four corners. I don't think that one's called Africa Tower. Africa Tower is, like, the one with, like, the big, pillars. And it's, like, pretty big. I actually like that map. I don't know if it's a C1. I don't know what it is. Anyway, like, so top and full boost is different, and it's, so you know, they're range suits, so, well, you know. Oh, that's the mass driver stage? Okay, yeah. Anyways, let's move on. So like, this is a not, oh, you killed him, never mind. Okay, so it's okay. So this map is really, like, I will say though, positioning is different on this map because it's just a big thing and there's no obstacles and, you know, you kind of go wherever you want, so it's a little different. This map's more about playing around walls and stuff and playing with it. So again, you're just playing really close. So we just really want to focus on paying attention to your partner. You need more love of your partner. You don't love your partner enough. You need to be more moe about it. We need more partner heart. Yeah. So you know you need to be more moe. Like you need to be more dare with your partner because you're being pretty like similar to him right now. And yeah. Did you die with activate? And you know your partner's getting like meleeed the fuck out. You know. So yeah, you overcosted him. Since we're just talking about spacing, I'm actually just gonna go to the next one. The game is pretty much over there. Alright, side 7. Alright. Alright. What was it? There we go, okay. So, this is, like, good, right? Like, yeah. So, this is good, So, we just watch him move. We should do this more. See, ooh. Yeah, so this is not so good. So you're kind of far, but you know it's okay. So this is more like it, you know. But you know here now. Ah! Yeah, well the block's good. You get the melee. You know, I mean the exchange is good, but the positioning not so good. So the important thing to remember for those who like are not really. Well, CD, the important thing to note is like when you switch targets, it's free. You can just spam D in the middle of the match and it has like no impact, right? So the important thing is, what we're doing when we're watching this view is we're emphasizing his movement choice. We can watch his movement regardless of where he's looking, right? We're just watching his positioning. It's where he anchors himself. So for those of you who might be confused about like what the warrant of this, or you know what the merit of this is, yes, a lot of the time we're gonna see Saboteur move away or go in and hit people, and win exchanges. And I'm not saying that what he did is bad. What I'm not saying is what he did is bad, right? Well, I will rephrase that. I will not say that, like, landing that hit was bad. Obviously, he won an exchange. That's always good. Winning exchanges in general is good, and we're not gonna say, oh, you shouldn't have, like, done that and won that exchange, right? We're just ignoring exchanges. We're just gonna only look at his movement for this particular specific instance. So we're not really gonna care about whether he got hit or whether he didn't, right? Though when if he does get hit, when he does something weird, we can talk about was this typical? This is what you should expect, and you know, maybe it's not really important. Similarly, if he lands something when it's weird, we can say, oh, you just got lucky. Not really important, right? If he lands a hit, it's great. Positioning is not necessarily always gonna be relative to exchanges, right? So we're just gonna basically ignore, like, we're not really paying attention to what his exchanges are. We are just we're just looking at his positioning, because what we're not seeing is we're not seeing the other side of the equation, which is the what would have happened if he moved there. So I'm not gonna like elaborate on, oh well, if you had moved here, then you would have been able to maybe get an unfavorable blah blah blah. We're just, I mean, those exist, and obviously we're only looking at one particular, like, you know, instance of this game, and we can't really talk about the ifs and buts if he had moved differently. So because of that, we're just gonna look at his positioning and talk about, you know, where we can improve it. I don't even know what's going on right now. Oh, okay. So, you know, he is, again, this really close and aggressive, and you're oh, I see you. So, like, you know, Popo is at 44 HP. So, you know, take that as you will. But, you know, at this point, it's really bad. I would almost consider just dying. It's already like the other games. It's kind of like the game's over. Because so the important thing is you can't actually see what went on. I don't actually know what went on. Like, because, you know, his fucking icon is, like, clipped by the GUI of the game, and they're just, like, tiny little ants. So I don't actually know what went on there, but that's the point. That's the point of why it's actually interesting to watch it from this angle, because the point is we're not caring about what actually happened, right? We're not actually caring about whether he did a bad sidestep or whether he YOLO melee'd somewhere here. We will care about that later, and we will watch some stuff not in this view. But for right now, as a case study, what we're gonna just watch is the way where he is physically moving his Gundam, and are there some patterns that we're noticing? And the big one is, of course, yes, he's playing pretty close and far away from his partner, and he's taking damage more than his partner is. It's not a coincidence, you know. Rule of thumb in this game is, this point I'm about to mention is one of the things I think is very deep and important point to really know and hold to heart, which is you don't have to take damage if you don't want to. You don't have to take damage if you don't want to. I'm gonna get some. Oh, I have water. Good. So, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by that? What I mean is, this is a game where you pick and choose your situations. This is like a gambling game, secretly. If you don't want to get hit, it's pretty easy. All you have to do is get outside the red lock range. If you're outside the red lock range, and barring some things, I know like half of you are like, well, Brett, yeah, barring those things, right? Barring those things, if you're outside of the red lock range, it's gonna be pretty easy to not take damage as long as you're just jumping up and down and just moving around the map, right? Thus, if you're taking damage, it is your fault. I mean, that should be obvious, right? But you are taking damage, like, don't think that you just accidentally got shot a lot, or, you know, oh, I just fucked up and blah, 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 you know. You're making the conscious decision to be in a certain place, and that place comes with risks. You know, that place comes with risks. So, what I'm trying to say is, you know, don't just think that, you know, the best thing to do is just to play really aggressively and just try to never get hit. You know, be aware that every situation holds different values of risk reward, and the important thing about this game is choosing those. It's choosing to take certain risks and choosing not to. This is a game about choosing those decisions. The outcome of a lot of matches just revolves around like 10 different decisions of let's go in here, or let's not do this, or let's do that, based on yooming your opponent and a bunch of other things, right? So the important thing, so the best way to, what is the best way to get better? The best way to get better is to be better at making that decision making, right? Is literally a, should I go in here? Should I not go in here? Is this good for me? Is this situation good? Is it bad? Is it in my favor? Is it not in my favor? Is it worth taking this risk? Is it worth taking that risk? Is it, no, it's not, yes, it is, etc., etc., etc. That is really one of the biggest cruxes of this game. That's all about this game, right? It's a little different than other things, you know. So it's different than other games in that sense, but it's one of the great things about this game. So it's really a game about scenario analysis, and I mean, you can say that in every game, but in this game particularly because it's a team game, like every situation, permutation of situation is different, you know. It's not like a fighting game where it's like every time someone's gonna ID at you, every time you're gonna anti-air it, right? Where it's more about, where it's also about situations like, oh, okay, he can do this, he has these options, and you move around, you footsie, right? And it's, you know, it's that. But in this game, because it's 2-on-2 and it's 3-dimensional and there's obstacles and stuff like that, and there's all these other crazy factors on top of a normal, like, competitive, like, you know, game. You know, there's those other factors too, which make it much more of a deal to be able to, you know, correctly assess the situation. And it's the case in a game like, you know, a fighting game too, but in a lot of fighting games, the game like ends in 2 or 3 combos, and in this game, you know, the exchanges are just a lot different because it's cutting and stuff. Cutting is a big difference, right? Because you know, in a fighting game, you charge at somebody, someone charges at you, someone presses the button, someone gets the combo, they hit you. In this game, you go in, you charge at someone else, you press the button, they press the button, but your partner cuts for you, and that's the difference, right? Right? Fighting game would be completely different if it was a 2-on-2. Like, this is more like Cody said before, it's more like Smash 2-on-2. Where certain situations, you know, in a 1-on-1 Smash might be really straightforward, but in a 2-on-2 it's different because it's also about what your partner's doing and where your opponent's partner is in relation, all that kind of stuff. So same thing here, right? But you can kind of think of it just like in a fighting game about how people play around the corners and the walls, right? People try and think about whether, you know, they have an idea of where the corner is and where the wall is, and, you know, whether a decision is weighted based on that. It's kind of similar, but it's still really not the same. So anyways, my point being, if you have problems with health management in this game, is because of the decisions you're making on an active basis about which ones to take and which to not take, which situations to go for, which to not. So if you're having problems with health management, which most people will, most people do, health management is one of the biggest skills in this game, because the better you are, health management is like a chain, right? Like, health management is like a chain. It constricts you. It takes out certain options, right? Just like what I said before, with when we were watching the first match with Saboteur, I said this is not that good just because of health, right? I said this is decent normally, you won the exchange, but look at your health, right? If we weren't playing for health, or if the health was different, it would have been fine, but because of this health, this decision becomes not so good, right? So what you can interpret that is literally health management restricts you. Health management doesn't give you more options, aside from being able to fuck up your opponent's health, right? Right? But the important thing to remember is health management is a chain. It constricts you. It takes away your options. It changes the way certain situations are evaluated, right? Your ability, so I'll specify health management with regard to your partner. So your team's health management, okay? Your team's health management is very, very, very much a constricting factor in a game, okay? That being the case, it should be no surprise when I say the following, which is, that is the reason why it is so rewarding to be good at health management. Because being good at health management frees your options. The better you are at health management, the less restricting it will be on you. And the best players basically can play however they want because they're so good at health management, they're so good at weighting those decisions that it no longer looks like they are chained by it and they can just do whatever you want. And that's really what you want. You want to be able to look like you're playing exactly the way you want without having to worry about, health management. It should look natural. Your play should look natural and be an expression of what you want to do. You should not have to feel like you're being chained to anything. And in this case, it's also positioning. So positioning is another chain. Your partner is a chain, right? You're being chained to. If your partner wasn't there, you just one-on-one do whatever you want. A lot of people would be winning a lot more games than they were, right? But it's the same thing. The better you are at positioning, the better you are at spacing and teamwork, the better you are at understanding your partner, the more freedom you have, and the more you will enjoy this game. This is another reason why I'll stress this. You have a lot more fun in this game when you're good at health management and good at playing with your partner. You have a lot of fun because you can do whatever you want once you're good at those two things, right? Yeah, sure, you'll lose exchanges, you'll complain about getting hit by some dumb melee, you'll land and fuck up or whatever, right? But you won't have those bitter, salty losses because your partner fucked up. I mean, you still will, but if you're good, you can adjust for them, right? Or you won't not know what's going on, and the better you are at playing with your partner, the better your partner is at playing with you. That's also very much the case. It's a two-way street. It's a two-way street, okay? So this really, really, really try and take this particular discussion to heart, like what we're talking about right now, like what I've just mentioned, because it will make you a lot happier playing this game. It's a lot more fun. It's a lot more fun when you don't feel chained to arbitrary distinctions of I should die first. Yes, we all know in the back of our heads, I should die first, I should die second. We all know that. It's not like being better at it, it's going to remove that restriction. But the better you are at health management, about playing your role, about supporting your partner, about positioning, the more they will feel like second nature, the more they will feel natural and instinctive, the less you will feel like they are constricting your options, and the less they will feel like they are clashing with your desires. Ultimately, what you want to do... It did not eat the comment. I read that comment. Yeah, I'll answer that in a sec. So, once more, you ultimately want to be able to have what you want to do and what you should do be the same. And a lot of time when you're new, they're not, right? It's obvious Salvatore wants to get in there and hit people, right? They want to get in there. He wants to get in there, hit people. He wants to do what we all want to do. He wants to get in that ass, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Even if you're playing bad, there's nothing wrong with that. Being aggressive is not necessarily a bad trait, okay? I'm not saying he should just be like a giant chicken all the time. That also has its penalties, right? He has things he wants to do. So what we want to just try and do is make what he wants to do work with, what he should be doing, right? Now, obviously, if you want to do something that you shouldn't, then you need to fix that, right? But it's not really, Sabatore's general play is not one he cannot do while moving, right? He can still be aggressive, support with his sub, use those Garabis, and, get nice volleys in space in the mid to far range with GPO3 without being in front of his partner, right? He can still do a lot of those things. He can still be close. His partner just needs to be closer. Is that the fault of his partner? Not necessarily, though. Okay. Let me read this. Okay, let me read Cody's. In a situation where I'm playing back and my partner has died, but I'm at less than 20% health, what am I supposed to do at this point? Is it better to just survive forever, or is it, or keep trying to cut/take slight risks, lose life, and take the final overcost? Okay, so Cody, you should, well, you should just regulate your health, Cody. So, generally, you want to die. You want to die when your partner is like, I don't know, somewhere between 50% HP to as little as 10% HP. Okay, so that's all I will say. That's the general guideline. So it's just like this. Like your HP, your partner's HP, right? So like they die once. So when you die, you want them to be like this. Basically, it's just this. It's just this. It's just this motion, right? It's just literally like their HP and your HP. So it's actually trying to survive a little longer before taking the overcost. Yes, because Cody, because like once you get overcost, you have like 100 something HP and you die in like one combo. So like that second life of yours is actually not really like, you don't want to have to die, and if you're doing well, you won't die. So you should try and treat your first life as your primary life as 2.5k, because the overcost is so severe with the 3k that it's just like, you know, you don't want to have to die. I mean, you will probably if the game's close, and then it just becomes a matter of clutch. But you know, you're really dangerous. So it's much better to like, yeah. Also, yeah. So Saboteur touches on a point that is kind of complicated to explain. So I kind of want to save it for another day. But basically, the idea is when you die, your death causes problems. So it's death timing, not just order, but death timing. It's something I actually don't make the distinction too much because we usually don't talk about actual death timing. We talk more about death order. But death timing is important too, because if you die at the wrong time, your partner can just die or take a lot of damage improperly, or because, you know, because of the situation, because they're temporarily being your partner's temporarily being 2-on-1. So, you know, so you can go ahead and, you know, it's pretty easy to understand just from what I mentioned. Anyways, so the point being basically like your death is really, really, really important. So it's also good to choose when the nice time to die is. I'll just go ahead and say that generally overall, like it's a lot better to just play a little bit conservatively until you see your partner taking, like, it's better to be more conservative than it is to be aggressive. Like, it's really dangerous to say, oh, I'm just gonna play, like, you know, really well with my partner and be really aggressive, and then once I die once and my partner is like maybe still really good, I'll play really passively. Because, you know, especially with things like activate, you know, if you're really low really early on, your opponents might be able to save up a burst and force that damage on you. And like the earlier you die, the more they can ignore your partner. Because while mathematically it's okay to like play aggressively, then once you die, play really defensively and kind of like rush your first death so that you can get into your second life faster. Like, while that's fine because the amount of presence you overall put on the board is the same overall, the problem is the earlier you do that, the earlier your opponents can switch to you and force, like, the earlier your opponents can start tunneling on you. So that's why I generally prefer, I suggest that you be a little passive rather than aggressive, because that way your opponents will not be tempted to 2-on-1 you. Now, at high level, it's actually kind of good to play a little aggressively because you want them to try and hit you, but not. Right? You don't want them to just be like, oh, gee, I can't hit that IJ at all. I guess we'll just try and kill Unicorn twice. Right? Like, you don't want that, right? You do want your own presence. You ultimately, especially as like IJ, you want them to try and think they can hit you, but then not, right? You want to be like tantalizing, right? You want to just be like, you want to be close and you want to help and you want to be like, hey guys, it's not too late to try and kill me twice. It's possible. You guys can try and do that. You know, don't give up on me. Don't give up on me, right? Like, don't give up on me. Don't just try and hit my partner. You know, I'm still here, man. You can do this, guys. Like, you can do this. All right. Like, it's you want that. You don't want the, oh gee, you know, that IJ is just playing like so safe. I can't even hit him. Fuck this. Let's just fucking ignore him and just. I mean, that's fine too, because if you get ignored, that's fine. But You don't want them to just not even bother shooting you, right? But, you know, you don't want the, oh, I can't, let's just ignore this and, well, actually you do, but, so, you actually do want them to think they can't touch you, right? But you don't want them to actually not shoot you. You want them to actually shoot you when it doesn't matter. So, what you really don't want is you really don't want the, oh, let's just kill IJ and, like, you know. I mean, honestly, no matter what they try and do, you have an answer to it, because if they ignore you, you just shoot them. If they don't ignore you, you run away. If they play normally, they play normally. Right? So, it actually doesn't really matter, but it's more of like health-wise. Like, what you don't want is, like, you don't want your partner taking tons of damage and then they ignore you, and because then it matters. You don't want to take tons of damage and then they ignore your partner. You want to distribute damage. So, while it's true that... So, the important thing is, while it's true that you want them psychologically to feel like they can't touch you, because that's kind of how 2.5k back works, is you just get really angry at that back player. You're like, fuck, I can't touch him, he's IJ. Like, everything I do is just like, that character's just so fucking mobile, fuck this character. That's what you want, right? You want them to feel that frustration psychologically, but you still want to take some damage, because you don't want all the damage to go on him, right? I mean, it's okay as long as you're winning, but you do want damage to come to you. So you do want shots fired at you. You want them to attempt, right? Because you want to evenly distribute. You don't want to just throw it all on your partner. So in that sense, while it's true you don't want them to think that you're easy bait, you don't want your partner taking all the damage either. Yeah. Anyways, so okay, so let's go back to this. So, you know, just being really close. But you died, so, you know, at this point, you know, Irius is like, I'll shoot Seki Boss. That blocking. Ow. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh dear, that sucks. Thank you. Ooh. It's really weird looking from this angle because, like, so corner. So corner, beware of the corner, you know. So this is good. Yeah, we're getting out of the corner. Excellent. Can't really see what's going on. Oh, that sucks. Oh, this is a problem. Oh. Yeah, I can see how you could lose this. Oh. Yeah, this is the death. Remember what I talked about here about death? I think he's dead. Oh my god. Alright, that looks really weird from this top-down perspective. I thought Irisa was gonna be dead, but it looked like that Turn X player did not like think that maybe God will like YOLO melee me when he's overheated, which you should pretty much expect, right? He was like really close. I don't know why he was not closer. That was a pretty like big plays moment. So I don't know what that Turn X was doing, but that was actually a really good example of like the death timing I was talking about, Cody, where like you saw literally it was like Saboteur died at the worst time possible. Like Saboteur died, and then Irisa was like, "Oh dear," and he was in the air, and there were like 2 people on him, and he actually should have died there, but he didn't. So, this situation is a common situation to occur to as well. What this situation occurs from, the source of it, is when one person dies, and then it's when one person dies, and then both people don't know which role to take. So it looked like Saboteur was playing front. Well, like, so it looked like Saboteur was playing front, but Irisa was playing like really defensively, and you guys just had a really big health problem, which was like Irisa didn't realize he needed to die faster, and at the same time Saboteur took too much damage. Now we can go back at that and look at the order, but it's not really important. Yeah, no, I know. So Irisa was obviously playing front, but then, you know, Saboteur died. But the problem was that Irisa didn't die. He let himself, like, hang out, like, you know, 1 HP the whole match, and he really should not have done that. Because it put them in, like, a really dangerous situation when instead I believe they were actually doing alright in terms of health, but I'm not really paying attention too much to health here. I'm just paying attention to positioning. So we'll go ahead and look at some of these replays more for now later, but we're gonna look through these all with just positioning in mind, look at that top-down perspective, because I think it's interesting. Alright. Yo, this game is godlike. I just want more people to play this game. It's just a hella good game. Like, I'm just so confident that anybody who plays this game, like, who spends enough time playing this game will just love this game forever. Because, yeah. This game is like is just a hella keeper game. And it's just so easy to get into. You just need to stick with it. Anybody who sticks with this game likes it. It's just impossible to not like this game once you stick with it. This is the kind of game. It's just like, I want more people to just give this game a chance because I like guarantee you will like this game when you play it. Oh, what's this? Hold on. I had the wrong map perspective. There we go. I didn't know Gundams until I played this game. This game made me into a Gundam otaku. I didn't even fucking like Gundam until this fucking series, like straight up. I watched Double O, and I was like, I guess that was alright. I don't know. So this is pretty alright. So one of the things is you'll see two people split a bit, like in there for a little bit. Like Destiny kind of went to the top left for a little bit, and at the same time Saboteur was kind of down the bottom. And sometimes I'll point out, but you know, usually you'll see sometimes is Saboteur will come back up, right? Come back up. So what is that? What's happening there? Saboteur notices that Destiny is far away and gets closer, but he notices too late. Now, why? He notices he's slow on it, basically. So what is that? That's just like Saboteur is not well refined in his, you know, like we know, like that's why we're talking about this. You know, he's not used to keeping up with his partner. So, so that's why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because it is not good enough. It is not good enough just to be aware. Like, it's great that, like, I think the example, it's great that Saboteur saw that Destiny was far away and said, okay, I will get closer and help him, right? It's great that he did that. Is that the end of it? Is that, good job, you did a good spacing decision? No, 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 because this isn't a turn-based game, right? So, in addition to that, it's also important to be able to react quickly to it. Now, of course, that's hard. And what that comes down to is familiarity with it. It's all about awareness, a concept I like to bring up a lot, and especially in fighting games. I'll mainly talk about awareness in fighting games. It's all about awareness, which is, at this point, Saboteur probably has something like 90% of his awareness on boost reading, watching his opponent, you know, ammo management and rotation, and general movement. And then 10% of his attention is focused on, like, where my partner is. Right? So, that's fine. But for where he is right now, that 10% means he recognizes it slowly. So eventually, yeah, if you can put that down to 10% and still make really good decisions, great. It should be 0%. Optimally, or 1%, and you should be able to catch it instinctively, right? So my point is, even if you yourself as a player think that, yeah, Brett, well, I know how to do this stuff, you know, I can see when I'm far away from my partner and move. when we look at it like this, we can see the delay. Right? We can see the delay. We can see, like, watch. See, yes, you can actually see basically the hesitation, the time it takes for Saboteur to correct it when he gets splits up. So, when's it coming? It should be here, right? So, coming up here, right here. So, Iriselai boosts right, and Destiny moves left. And then he goes, oh, he shoots a Garabi, and then he moves back, right? So, you know, that's fine, right? That's the right decision, but we can be faster. We can be faster about it. We always want to be faster about it. You want to try and train yourself to react as quickly as possible to your partner's movement and try and always match up with them. Now, I don't always mean that you should just cancel whatever the hell you're doing so that you can be right next to your partner. That's not how this game works, right? But what we're talking about right now is just positioning. So it's obvious that situational things, the ammo, boost, blah, 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 those things are more important, or at least as important as positioning, but we can do both. So we can get landing punishes and read boosts and support while moving closer to our partner. We want to min-max our stats. We want to be as good at everything as possible, right? And this is one example where you can probably, you know, it's just a recognizing thing. Is you just, you know, if you can see in the middle of a boost that your partner's moving away, and you can see that stalling out in the middle doesn't really do anything, then hell, change your boost in the middle and boost back towards your partner if you're just gonna land and not do anything interesting, and it's not important. All right. So yeah, no. So Saboteur says it's just cause I'm still new and bad, so I'm not at the level where I can land punishes without focusing 100%. That's fine. That's great. That's not just you. That's everyone. All right. That's everyone. We're all struggling. Everybody struggles with awareness. Okay. Everybody struggles with awareness. Everybody is always trying to improve their awareness, but it's important that you understand that. So it's important that people realize it's not just okay that to have good theory. You can be like me and just sit here and watch replays and just, you know, hindsight, be like, oh, that was a bad decision. You know, he should have moved this way. Oh yeah, you know, blah, blah, blah. You can make all those decisions perfectly. You can be a master of analyzing these kind of things, and you can be amazing at making decisions in a vacuum, but you still won't be able to space perfectly, you know, in an actual match if you're not used to it. So how do you get better at this? How do you improve this so that you don't need to, you know, so you can have room to think about other things and be able to position properly while handling all these other factors? Practice. And more importantly than just practice, practice with it in mind. Practice it in mind. Now it's hard. And this is just part of where playing lots of games comes into play. Because if you spend a whole match and just you're grinding out your positioning, you're just really trying to be like, all right, I just want to focus on this all the time, you'll totally forget about how to actually practice playing your suit, how to practice landing punishing, how to practice rhythm, how to practice on angle. And you'll be like, yeah, I practiced partner positioning and stuff, but damn, I don't remember anything else I did in that game. Yeah, so what it comes down to really is just being able to try when you're playing to at least have in the back of your head. And like I said, it's hard, okay? It's hard to really keep this kind of stuff really in mind. You might tell yourself and you might tell me, yeah, I'm thinking about it, but you'll know for real. You yourself will know in your heart of hearts whether or not you were truly thinking about it. Right, I'll admit to not thinking about certain things sometimes, right? Like, on a tangent, you know, I'll play Guilty Gear and I'll just play a bunch of games where I'm just like, I'm just gonna focus on anti-airing. And then I'll play a bunch of games where I'm like, I just want to focus on spacing. I'm gonna space. And the game where I played spacing, I'll be like, yeah, I was not really looking for air throws that game. I was not really air throwing. You know, and then you might see me start air throwing. You'll be like, yeah, Brett started remembering he should air throw, right? So it's everybody has this problem. Everybody has this problem, right? It just comes down to you know, you have a container that's your awareness your peripheral vision, your situational awareness. It's a container, right? You can only hold so much stuff. So what do we want to do? Well, we want to make sure we at least have little pieces of things in that container, because at least 1% is still better than 0, right? Even if you're not good at positioning, if you can at least keep in the back of your head a little bit, that's better than nothing, right? And second of all, we want to build the container, right? We want to make this container bigger, because I guarantee you the best players have the biggest containers in terms of awareness. Okay, it is. If you are somebody who complains about reaction time, you say, man, Brett, like, you know, I'm just not cut out. This game's not important, but other games, you know, I just can't block these overheads, you know. I can't see this stuff coming, you know. Note that reaction time and awareness are related. And generally, the bigger your peripheral awareness and the understanding about things, the bigger your container is, the better reaction time will be. So, how, again, do you get your container bigger? How can you improve what you hold in your head and what you're conscious of thinking about or whatever? Well, I've said this a billion times, but it's basically two different things. One is practice, okay? So practice with awareness in mind. Of course, you'll always have awareness in mind because it's not like you can turn your brain off, right? So practice, 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 practice. As long as you're thinking, playing while thinking, which is not too hard of a thing to do in this game once you get to a certain level. Just practice without turning your brain off. So never stop thinking, never turn your brain off. That will improve your awareness. The second one, right, is to focus on lowering the level of attention you bring to things. So, if you're new to this game, it's going to be really hard to remember positioning unless it's like the only thing you're thinking of, right? So, just like what Saboteur was saying. Saboteur was saying he was not really good at positioning because in that situation, like he said, I have to focus 100% of the time on landing punches to get that landing punch. Otherwise, I don't get it all the time, right? So what we want to do is basically, this is what practice does. What practice truly does, or one of the biggest benefits of practice for a game like this, is it lowers the necessary level of concentration to do certain things, right? You play in the beginning, you need to focus 100% to get landings. Focus 100% to get landings. Keep playing, keep focusing on landings. Okay, now it's 80%. Now you can focus a little bit on other things. You don't need to landing punish. You need to focus 100% on landing punish. So basically, all you do is by concentrating on things enough and practicing them with kind of focused mentality, you will become better at not having to concentrate so much on them and be able to lower the level of thinking. And truly, the ultimate way to really become strong in this game, the path to that is just to take all of those big concepts that we're talking about, the ones I hammer all the time, right? And smush them down to the subconscious level so that you have more room to explore bigger, more important, more higher level concepts of the game. So this is why I always stress. On angle, positioning, partner, where's my partner, support, you know, on angle, boost, landing punish, landing punish, landing punish. All right, this is why I hammer these, like, you know, couple of important this is why I hammer these concepts like constantly, because you cannot learn the other things in this game until you take those fundamentals and bring them down. This isn't actually like a fighting game where you can play as Jan d'Arc and you can like mash Lion and not actually have fundamentals about like anti-airs and still win a lot of games. It's not that kind of game, actually. It's actually not that kind of game. It is actually a game where you will just die and can't do anything until you master these fundamentals. So, that's the other reason why I respect this game greatly, is this game forces you to have fundamentals. You can't play this game if you don't have fundamentals. like, you will just die. you can't really play this game until you can't really, like, play against certain level of people without having fundamentals. At least, you know, basic ones, you know. So, that's why I hammer them. That's why I hammer these in. Because they're pretty difficult concepts to, you know... They're pretty difficult concepts to grasp as a beginner, and they are the things that kind of make this game hard. So if you're a really new player, this is extremely important. I can't stress this enough, because as a new player, you won't, like, anybody who's new to this game, so if you've been playing this game for, like, since the rebirth, like any of the new players who've been playing, I especially really am addressing this to you guys, that you'll see the way, like, seasoned players of this game see the game is very different than the way you see the game. And you may feel like there's a disconnect. You may even feel like you don't like the game as much. This actually goes with any game, honestly. This is the case for any game, right? You may feel like, I don't really know what's so fun about this game. Or, like, this game feels, like, really gay. Or, you know, a bunch of things. Like, you just may feel like you don't understand what other people, like, what other people who've been playing this game for a long time, like, see about certain things, right? You might not get what's going on there. And what is that? That is, you are still struggling with those 3 to 4 concepts, and until you finish struggling through those concepts, you cannot progress. You cannot progress. That is the wall in this game. It's a very easy wall, okay? It's not hard. It's not that bad. So I keep saying this, and I know you might think I'm saying it's hard because I keep stressing it. I'm not saying it's hard. I'm saying it's important, okay? It's not hard. It's not hard. It is not hard to be able to do on angles and landing punishes and move and, you know, play with your partner. These are not terribly hard concepts. I have full confidence that anybody can master these, okay? To the level of at least where you can move on. Okay? To a level at least where you can move on. Yeah. So this is not a game where you can just play forever and not be able to do something, okay? This is not a game where, like, you just sit there in training mode and you're like, damn, I can't do this combo forever, and you're just like, I give up. Okay? So, but this is the wall in this game. So it's still a much better wall than the I can't block overheads wall, I can't anti-air wall, I cannot space wall, I cannot do combos wall, I cannot do this blah 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 wall. No, this is a pretty easy wall. This is, you know what this is an equivalent of the fighting game? The fighting game equivalent of this is like, I cannot hold down left. Like, I cannot hold 1. I cannot press the button. Okay, these are very, very, very simple. Okay, compared to other things. Okay, so I stress this. But if you are a new player and you are feeling like there is a big difference in what you see or what you're struggling with in other people, just be aware what you're experiencing is what's the word I'm looking for? Is it entry level? Is there another word other than entry level? It's not initial. It's kind of like initial. Okay, I guess it's entry level then. Okay. So yeah. So I guess not enough. Okay, wait. We'll just go with entry level. So what you are experiencing is the entry level wall in this game. Yeah. What like, yeah, the initial level, I guess, yeah. The starting level wall in this game, okay? So that's the wall you have to get through. So it may suck, but you have to suck it up. But just remember, it's easier than every other wall. Every game has a wall like this. This one is like one of the easiest walls I've ever encountered for basics, okay? So I encourage you to just stick with it. It will go away, and when it goes away, you will thank me, and you will agree with me that it was easy. Because I guarantee you, anyone else, I've never encountered anybody that says that this is hard. Okay, everyone in the chat who's beyond this point will agree with me that it is very easy, and that they just wish every single person in the world spent like, you know, a week playing this game to get over that wall, because then after that, the game is like 5,000 times more fun, and it's already fun even without being over that wall. Okay. So, yes, that wall exists. And, you know, I know that maybe some of you were perhaps deceived because I say all the time this game is really easy to get into, and maybe you thought that meant this game didn't have a wall. It has a wall. It's just super fucking easy, okay? It's super, super easy. But yeah, it's a wall, so I didn't lie to you, okay? But, you know, it's there. Just trust me, it's so easy compared to other games. It's so easy compared to other games. It's like learning a rule in a card game. It's like learning a rule in a card game, okay? Do you complain when you're picking up a card game and you don't know how to play because you don't know the rules yet? No, you just learn the rules and you move on, and then you're like, this game's awesome. It's the same goddamn thing. So just think of it that way. If you just think of it that way, then it's no problem, okay? It's just the same thing. It's like learning the rules of a card game. Alright? It just takes a little longer. It's that simple, okay? It is that simple, I promise you. So, once again, what are those big things? On angle, conscious, like use of on angles, movement. Use it. What were they? On angles, movement, which covers like a billion things. So on angles, movement, and all of this stuff. Movement, positioning, health management, partners. All right, those things. Okay. Well, if you want to get over the wall playing in Melee 2K suits, the same thing, it just may take a little bit longer. Okay. But yeah, boost management is part of movement. Honestly, movement positioning is pretty similar, right? You can jump in when you're in the other mode. You can jump in mobile suit mode. Switch modes, Togo. Alright, I mean, we're not even gonna talk about swerving. Okay, that's even like something that's not even part of the wall. It's over the wall. So you know there are some concepts that are over the wall, and you know Okizeme is totally over the wall. That's why I say don't even bother with Okizeme. Okay, Okizeme is past that point. Okay, if you are at the point where you start really thinking you've learned everything except Okizeme, then you're already done with everything else, right? Anyways, okay. Yeah, that's, you know, what Thug says is a really good point. Just, yeah, double teaming the other guy is really good, so that's the other thing. I generally just suggest when you're new, just get on the other guy, goddammit. It's such a good option, okay? It's always a good option. It's always good. It's always good. It's also really safe. So just do that. If you don't know what to do, just go on the other guy. Just please. So I know that we went on a massive tangent, but I just can't stress how important this is. And I really hope that to at least one person, this made them want to play this game more. That felt a little bit frustrated at the entry level of this game. But I just can't stress how much easier this is than other games. And I know that might come off as like, you know, I don't know, as lofty or ideal, and you know, you might say, well, gee, Brad, it's easy for you to say because you've been playing this game for like over a year or whatever, but everybody, I think, will agree who has gone through that it's really much easier than other games, and just trust us. And it's not like, yeah, it's, I don't know, I have not met anybody else who thinks that this game is hard to get into. No one has ever told me this game is hard to get into before. Well, it is if you pick a character like Char and your hands shatter, okay? So if you pick like Char Gelgoog or something, then yeah, your hands might just hurt and be like, I can't play this game. But that's not the same. It's not fair. Okay. So what was my point with this big rant? So those big fundamental building blocks that build up the wall that you need to surpass, right? What was the point? The point was you need to master them. You need to not master, but you need to at least familiarize. Did I just say familiarize? Familiarize yourself with them enough that you have room to pack them down into your subconscious. Because remember, this is a container, all right? This is your awareness, all right? Your awareness is literally a jar. This is not a jar, but this is the only thing I have that looks like a container, okay? You have a container that, and right now it is full. It's full with, in this case, positioning. We want to get better and better and better at scrunch it down, scrunch it down, scrunch it down, so that we have more room to pack new information, new information, new information, new information, okay? That's how you get better at any game. At any game, not just this one, but any game, okay? So, if you want to get better, just do that. You have things you want to get better at, focus on them, make it so you have to concentrate on them less and less and less and less and less and less and less. Then you have more room, pack in new stuff, just keep packing. Keep packing. I really like the idea, the way that, oh shit. What's his first name? Oh, Josh, right. So the one of the things you'll hear me do is I actually borrow a lot of concepts from Josh Waitzkin's book, The Art of Learning, because it's a book about like competitive. It's a book about like how to improve in competitive stuff. And one of the things I really like is from his book is he talks about a similar concept to what I'm talking about, but the way he talks about it is he uses a phrase. It's called The Art of Learning by Josh Waitzkin. Josh Waitzkin, for those of you who don't know, is the person who is based on the book Searching for Bobby Fischer. So that guy. Anyways, so one of the concepts in his book that I really enjoyed is his, what's the word? His imagery, or the phrasing he uses for the same thing we're talking about, which is he calls it making smaller circles. Making smaller circles. So what he talks about is I really like his imagery here, which is the idea that you're basically going in a spiral and you're making the circle smaller. You're making the circle smaller. That being the same thing as packing in, right? So he's basically you're focusing on making these circles smaller to make them to the point where like you don't have to think about them anymore. Yeah. So if you're interested, actually you can download it from other places, but if you search for like his chapter on making smaller circles, it's all about what I'm talking about. It's all about what I'm talking about. Now it's actually more relevant in well, no, actually I just won't even touch on that. That's okay. Anyways, good. Okay, let's continue. So with that illusion in mind, my point when we were talking about the delay of Saboteur's movement here is that is a indication of him needing to pack in more. So I say, oh, you need to pack this in more so you can be faster at that. That, you know, that's basically the TLDR what we've been talking about. Have you seen this replay before? Oh, Shingen, by the way, if you're listening to this, remind me, but ask me later about Destiny combos. Because I have something to tell you, because you were playing Destiny at one point. That will just instantly make your combos better, and you won't have to think about it. Alright, random Garobi. So this is fine, right? I mean, they're ahead. You know, Saboteur is doing a great job of playing with his partner. Ooh, except here. Oh god, that's really scary. So, you know, okay. I like the song too. Well, that was really gross, but it's okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. Uh-oh. Oh, there's still. Oh, there we go. Oh God. Okay. Well, we didn't really actually get to see that much. So let's go ahead. So we went from bottom up, watching from top down perspective. Now let's watch once each. We've been talking about this a lot. We've been covering Saboteur's replays are really good for talking about. Saboteur's replays are really good for talking about like these concepts. So we've gotten to talk about a lot of things while watching these. So that's great. So we're gonna go ahead and watch them once more. Just once we spent a lot of time on these replays. We're gonna go from the top down now, and we're gonna watch them from Saboteur's perspective once and just talk. I will perhaps pause a little bit and maybe poke at some little micro things or a little nitpicking. I might nitpick here and there, but otherwise, you know, I think positioning is probably the biggest thing that that Saboteur needs to work on. So I'm not really gonna be too picky about trying to find other things. I was on angle here as a little bit, a little bit thinky, yeah. So you know. So like that, you know, I don't know why you didn't land. You do like a falling A shot, and then you like boost at the last minute before you land. But if you look at what they were firing, they weren't even firing at you, and there was nothing that was gonna hit you. So you weren't really getting a landing punish because you didn't hit them. So my recommendation would be, like others before, my general recommendation is when you are moving on angle, actually no, not even on angle, when you're moving, always ask yourself whether it's worth reboosting before you do anything, because if you're, I mean, it's hard to say because at the same time, you don't just want to land all the time to get landing punished, but just, you know, be conscious of the fact that you don't always have to keep boosting. Now, at least you fell a good amount, right? You boosted at the last second, but you know, I think it's better to learn when not to land. No, not less wasted. It's the boost. The boost is a problem. So I'll show you again. So your shot was fine. Your shot's not the problem there. It's the boost that was the problem. It's after you go left near this hut and then you come back. Okay, it's like right here. Here we go. So you're gonna boost top here. So you didn't land here. You boosted instead. Yeah. No one was firing at you. There's no reason not to land there. I will admit to not playing too much GPO3, so like I'm not very knowledgeable experience-wise about your use of his ammo rotation and whether that's good or not. No, it wasn't a Garaby. You just fired an on-angle A. I'm not talking about, yeah, anyways. Like, do you know that where I'm talking about, Saboteur? Like, do you know, or... Oh, okay, it's fine. I just want to make sure you know what situation I was talking about when we looked at it. So, I generally, like, I will say your movement is to the point where, so there's a fine line of landing too much and landing too little. And generally, I'll just recommend one or the other to people who are too far on the spectrum. So you are too far on the spectrum of you don't land enough. So for you, my recommendation is to get in the habit of playing such as in the following way, which is know when you shouldn't land. Some people need to learn when to land. Or sorry. Wait. Yes, yes. Okay, this is okay. This is awkwardly worded, but I will try this. So, some people land all the time, and they need to choose when they need to land. Some people never land, and they need to choose when to stop and land, right? So for you, I would say you need to learn to think in terms of, is there a reason not to land here? Is there a reason not to land here? Rather than, is there a reason to land here? Is there a reason to land here? Yeah. So here, so well, it doesn't matter, Saboteur, because if they overheated, you could have landed and Garo beat him. Like it didn't matter. Because your landing would not really prevent you from getting a landing punch there because you have Garo B. And your partner is like on him too, and yeah, yeah, he had a lot of boosts, and it wouldn't really have mattered. Instead, if you had landed, you would have definitely gotten a landing punish because they were ignoring you. But you probably didn't catch that. Obviously, in hindsight, it's really easy to tell, but yeah. Okay, so anyway, so my point is, and this is the case for a lot of people, so if you tend to boost in the air a lot, and I tell you your pacing is off, if I say your pacing is off, this is also similar problem, is that I generally suggest you err towards the side of questioning when you shouldn't land. When you shouldn't land. Is there a reason for me to not land here? No? Oh, land. Is there a reason not to land here? Nope. Land. Is there a reason not to land here? Yeah, someone's shooting me. Move. Okay. That's generally, in my opinion, the better school of thought to play in. I think most people who have played enough will also agree with me on this. Because moving excessively is a really easy way to die. And landing early is equally bad, but I mean, it's like easier to understand. Like, you land and get shot, you're like, oh, I shouldn't have landed there. You don't land and you boost, but then like 3 boosts down the road you get shot. You might not realize it was because you didn't land there. You see what I'm saying? This is the difference. So landing too early is equally bad, okay? I'm not saying you should just land all the time. That's how you die. You play against Unicorn, just try that shit out. Yeah, you're just gonna die, okay? So landing early is bad. Ah, okay, yeah. I noticed that people who play Next, because I will admit to not having played Next, I played a little bit of Next. I'm pretty much an EXVS one, but like people who play Next in general, I can tell their habits because I know a lot of people who play Next. They all have the same, like, what I would call as bad habits. They don't really work in this game. Anyways, so, like, literally, I've never met somebody who didn't come from Next that does not have that problem. So it's okay. Everybody who plays Next, like, seems to do that. Anyways, like, what was I saying? Right. So, okay, so, just like their boosting habits, like, all the Next players tend to have, like, more aggressive boosting habits than the non-Next players. Because I believe guidance is, like, a lot stronger in this game. So people are like... Well, actually, no, that's not the case. I don't remember why. I don't know why it's so different in Next, but it is. The system's a lot different. I don't really know why. Yeah. Anyways, not important. Moving on. That's discussion for some other day. Anyways, so what was I gonna say? Right. Shit. Oh, right. So landing. Oh, you move farther and faster. Oh, I see. Okay. So erring on the side of trying to think about why not to land and land unless otherwise, you know, stated, right? Versus always moving and then saying there's an opening here, I will land. Now that is good, and moving and then, you know, picking landing opportunities is fine too. The problem when you're new, when later on down the road, neither of these schools matter, and you just try and always just play correctly. There's just a correct fine line. But I suggest in this spectrum to lean towards landing more than lean towards landing less, because it's very obvious when you're learning when not to land. You land improperly, you just get hit. It's much harder if you err on the side of boosting too much and landing infrequently to know when you should have landed. Because that means you need to have remembered and been like, oh shit, I should land that, or watch replays. Now, if you watch replays, it's okay. But not a lot of people watch replays that heavily. And, like, hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying, because this is a perfect example, right? Like, later on down the road, like, you know, Saboteur, when he did this, probably didn't even think that what he had done was that big of a deal. You know, he jumped, he shot, he boosted, he shot, he didn't get a landing punch. He's like, oh, okay, right? But there, for me, I'm going, you really should have landed there. For me, it's like, you really should have landed. That was free. You would have gotten, like, a landing punch, or really got a like, really good pressure. That was a really good opportunity that you missed, right? So, I would say landing, when in doubt, land rather than, if you're not sure, land rather than move. That is good for learning, bad for winning. So if you care about winning, then yes, land less because it's risky. But landing more often will actually teach you faster. It will teach you faster. It's almost like mashing in a game. I mean, you should learn to mash when you don't know what you're doing. If you just if you never played any fighting games and you just sit there and down back, you're just not gonna learn anything. So yeah, mash. It's, you know, mash at least a little bit. Aha! Aha! All right. So let's continue. That's unfortunate. So, one of the things I'll say, Saboteur, is your use of sub, you cut your boost dash a lot, like, really early with sub. You, like, boosted and then immediately did your sub. So, like, I think you should generally, you're throwing up your assist kind of aggressively. I would generally advise you be a little more conservative with your timings on your assist. Like, throwing it up, like, you know, after you've landed or right before you land when it's safe, or in the middle when you're not being shot, because you're kind of actually putting yourself pretty open by just, like, randomly in the middle of your movement, like, throwing up your assist, because it stops it forces Vernier and all that stuff. So your use of your assist is a little bit risky. I would suggest being a little more safe with them. So throwing them up when you're not, like, under fire. But, like, you know, that dude, like, generally, you know. Well, yes, after the problem is, like, if people are doing it at the same time you're shooting, you're just gonna get shot. And it's pretty it's unsafe, and it's not very boost efficient is the thing. So you're cutting your sub out at, like, a really, the problem is you're, like, boosting and then you sub, like, really early on the boost, so you don't really get any mileage for that boost. You, like, wasted that boost there. So I would say, like I mean, you know, the actual thing you wrote, which is, like, sub then BD and BR, that's fine. I would just recommend throwing out your assist towards the end of your boost dash so you get mileage out of it, because you're just wasting boost there. Yeah. Green lock. I would, you know, I generally, like, while GPO3's Garoby is good, I actually think it's, I generally, don't really advise, like, the random Garobys. I mean, they're okay, but, I mean, they're not really gonna hit anybody. Like, that's fine, right? Because you're, like, cutting or whatever? Yeah. Wow. That was really gross. Watching that from this perspective was pretty funny. Yeah, like, that Garobi, you know, it's just... I would really recommend not doing any non-landing punch Garabis, because a lot of these Garabis are just kind of like just throwing them out. You're just kind of hoping they press the button or run into it. You never want to hope. Man, that bird's fucking loud. My quick advice for that is just never Garobi unless it's a landing punish. Because random Garobeing is, the meaning behind it is actually lost until you really understand like people's movement patterns, because even if you do it, you're just basically guessing at this point. You're not actually calling anything out. Yeah, so this is fine, right? That shouldn't have worked actually, but he was doing Shining Finger. Because if that was a normal melee, it wouldn't have worked. But like he did Shining Finger, so he like moved back a bit as it was correcting and then into it. But yeah. That actually like wouldn't have worked normally. No, what's the uniqueness of it? I didn't actually know it's special. Because I honestly don't play a suit that much. What do you mean boost dash? What? What do you mean it? What do you it? You mean? Are you saying it's like Versago's? Yeah, so it's like Versago's then. You're saying it's like Versago's, right? Versago's does that too. It's the same thing. It just means it has guidance on it. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter though, because I believe what you're referring to is it probably just has guidance on it like Versago's does. Also, yeah, this bird. I'm still pretty sure it would have missed. Like, I feel like I don't know if this is the case, but if it is, then that would make sense. Which is like, if your knowledge of the way the guidance Garobi works is the reason why you're doing like a lot of random Garobis, it's good because of that. Like I like, you know, so I haven't actually played as it, but I played against it. I understand it's not like a dictating factor in... It is good. Well, that was just like... That actually would have happened with like most Garobi Saboteur. That just has to do with like hitboxes in this game and like vertical stuff. Like that actually will happen with like any Garobi. But sorry, what was I saying? All right. What was I saying? Oh, right. It wouldn't have mattered because he would have rainbow stepped it anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Because if he had just done like 6BB and then 6BB, it would have avoided that Garobi. Because like Well, that's so like I don't know. This discussion is kind of leaning towards an area I don't really want to particularly go, but I will say it just doesn't really matter. I will say it just doesn't really matter, and we'll move on. You should just trust me when I say it doesn't matter. It does matter, but it like for the sake of general play, it doesn't matter. Like, see, it doesn't matter there. It does, but it won't change the fact that that kind of situation is never gonna happen. It's like, so my point is like that where you did that Garabi, right? Like the times when that Garabi would hit Exia, any other Garabi would hit Exia. And the times when you Garabi like that and it doesn't hit Exia, like there, other Garabis won't hit Exia either. So that's like a situation where the guidance doesn't matter. Also, like with regards with the vertical hitbox and all that crap, so that happens with Garabis too. It's just that GPO3s, it comes out fast, so it's more practical to use. But I mean, if you ever played against like Wing or you know, I don't know, even non-Garabis, if you just play against like Gunner Zaku, those kind of things happen too. So it happens. It's actually not really just the guidance. Yeah. So like, you actually, if you had just landed, you would have gotten the landing punish, I think. Or, well, yeah. That extra boost at the end cost you. So that was literally another example of like, should I not land here? And he was not going to shoot you again before he landed. Yeah, I mean, just kind of need this. So I don't know why you didn't activate instead of doing this, because, well, you do now, but yeah. Like, I think it probably would have been better. Just to not Garabi that and just activate. It would have been fine. But, yeah, I used Garabi too much, I think. I mean, it's fine. Garabi is really good, and like a lot of people will randomly throw out Garabis with this suit and do really well. But I don't really think you're gonna learn anything from it. So I would just recommend not doing it, because you actually don't really learn anything from randomly Garabiing, other than that you can randomly Garabi. At a certain point, it just won't work, and then you'll waste all your time randomly Garabiing. I understand that was supposed to be a hit confirm, but yeah. So, you know, it's just really unsafe, and there's so many other safe options for the suit. Like, you can Garabi when they land. You don't need to Garabi randomly. Also, like, so here you like kind of went in and you had no, you went in and you had no ammo. I don't know if you realized that, but so do be aware. Yeah, so yeah. We know what happens here. Oh, actually, we didn't watch it from his perspective. Yeah. I mean, if you can get BC hits on people, it's good. You know, BC's pretty cool. BC's a pretty funny move. All right. So the other thing is matchup-wise is like, so this Kushi player is playing like a Kushi player does, which means he plays kind of back. Your red lock is not that far, So you do need to realize that your partner's like, I know both of the matches where you play with this Kushiga, he was playing kind of back. That's why you played forward and died for it. So you have to understand that's also a comp thing. You have to understand. So that off angle, right? Off angle there. That is pretty YOLO. Yeah, like, ooh, that, like, you throw these, see, I don't know, like, I guess this is just okay, but it's making me a little uncomfortable. It's a little bit, it's not super risky, but, like, for the level you're at, it's kind of a play that I think you shouldn't be going for yet. Well, like, the thing is, he's playing back, but, like, he's not really playing back very well, because he's at, like, you know, 10%. You should just force him, because he doesn't look like he's very good at playing back, so, like, from the games I watched him play, like, he doesn't really do it successfully, so he's switching up his role, but he's not successful at it, so... like, there's no real point in switching a role like that if you're not doing it right. So there's a perfect example of kind of, well, it wasn't your assist, it was your Garubi there, but Saboteur, you gotta understand the importance of, like, things that cause your vernier, because these verniers are really risky. Yeah, you get punished for them. Is he dead? Alright, last one. The very first one we watched. On this map. Oh, actually we watched this already. We'll watch this one more time, since we have, you know, we kind of have more of your play overall in mind. That one's pretty funny. I mean, it's honestly fine if he's playing that far back. It's what you. It's not a bad thing to do with Shi, anyways. She's really good at that, so you know. I mean, she's amazing playing conservative. You just gotta know how to play this game. Yeah, GBO3 is melee so bad. Alright. So overall, so just to recap, what are some things I want to say overall, just to recap. So, positioning, like, I would honestly just try never to use your Garabi unless it's a landing punch, because you're just building up really bad habits with it. Watch your assist throwing. Try and know when it's safe to land, so that you don't, you just boost out instead of land too much, because you're like scared of getting hit when nothing's coming at you. So try and build a better sense of when you can actually land. Some other things I'll say are, let's see, generally you don't landing punish enough. Like, you tend to just go for more air-to-air shots, which is like okay with GPO3 because so many people aren't used to the way his main functions is guidance and general path on that projectile are awkward and will catch a lot of people off guard. But beyond that, I will say a lot of your shots kind of don't have much meaning to them, and your sub, you throw out your assist. So your assist is meant to force movement so that you can punish people. But like, I don't really see too much punishing going on. I see like a lot of people getting hit by random Garabis, and like you cut, and you sometimes get an occasional landing punish. But generally overall, like, I can't really sense that you're going for landing punishes when I see your play, even when you have a boost advantage. So I think what you need to learn is how to play with your assist more. You don't really play with your assist more, you kind of set it and forget it. So, because your assist is refreshable and it's like really fucking stupid, I think the biggest thing, suit specifically wise, I would advise you to do, aside from let Garabi less, is to learn how to play with your assist rather than just expect it as like a free thing. Like, your assist usage is actually one of the lifebloods of this suit, in my opinion. So it's really important that you understand how people react to that and then get landing punishes. Especially with your Garabi, because you can just do like assist and then like boost and then like land and then do like fucking BRR, and then Garabi, and that's like free hit on a lot of people. Also, I would say, so also just avoid forcing your verniers in mid-air with like Garabi, of course, and also your sub, because you do at some risky times. And like sometimes you, like that one time I commented on with your sub where you were kind of close and you got it off and it was okay. Like, yeah, it worked out for you and you were pretty, I mean you did wake up sub and then boost away, so it wasn't like it was bad boost wise. But you don't really accomplish that much for it because it comes out really slow. And generally, if you're able to sneak in something like of that magnitude, you're taking advantage of them not firing at you for some reason. It should have a bigger reward than that. That's like a very, very low reward for the amount of risk. So that would have happened 100% of the time in that situation, I guess, as long as they didn't do certain other decisions. But if they did, you would have gotten hit. So, you know, it worked out. But the risk was like, I mean, the reward was just so negligible. The reward was like, you got an assist out when they were like kind of close, and you lost some boost for it. It's like, I mean, you can get that kind of reward all the time. You get that reward every single time you do it. Just you were closer. So, I mean, it was like alright, but the benefit's pretty negligible considering the risk of like getting hit. So like, you know, select Lux replays. What else do I want to say? You know, some stuff about cost, you know, or comp matchup. So you know, knowing how to play with certain suits, you may need to work on it a bit, but it's not really important. I would just say the biggest points we talked about before. But yeah, I would like to stress, like, your main usage is a little bit, I would say, it's a little bit autopilot. Like, I feel like you should train your landing punishes more. Also, your rhythm is a little bit weird on your BRs. Like, you'll drop a lot of landing punishes because you're, like, firing them at the wrong rhythm. So sometimes it's actually worth BRing into another fast BR just to get the spacing closer, or to set off the fire rhythm to the right set to time with their boosts. Because sometimes you get this weird thing where, like, you shoot and then you boost and you shoot, but they like land in between even though they're like overheated or whatever, or like really low, and you just don't get that punish. So try and really, this all comes down to just landing punishes. So I just think you need to focus on landing punishes more, because like I don't think you really are right now. So but that's just like the suit. Like GPO 3 generally really leans towards, it's like really good, especially at low level, at just like air-to-air dogfight winning, because the BR is double, it's a BZ, and it comes out at like a really dumb angle, and it's really fast. Well, not really fast, but it's just like really awkward compared to BRs. So it's really easy to just win a lot of games by just fucking, you know, jumping around, pressing sub, and then just pressing BR all the time because of the refresh rate and stuff. And to some extent, that's all right. And since you're a back player, you know, you still get nice cuts and stuff. But you should really try and focus on getting landing punches in to sharpen your fundamentals. Though it is a little awkward with his BR, so, you know, it's true. It's a little awkward. You may need to forego double shots with his main and maybe try and just do single shot. Not sure. It's a little weird. Definitely though, the easiest way is just to Garobi. Just go for more Garobi landing punishes, and you will be quite alright. But yeah, alright. So let's move on. Actually, I think we're done. I think we're done. Pro, did we skip yours? We can look at yours, Proto, if we skipped yours. Oh, okay, we didn't do yours. Okay, cool. Alright. So I've said this again, but I'll say again. For those of you that I've skipped, if I skipped you, please re-email them to me, because it's actually pretty... It's actually pretty hard for me to go back and tell which ones I skipped. I pretty much just have to remember. That's pretty hard. I can't really do that very well. So it just saves me 1,000 years of pain if you just email me again and be like, you skipped mine last week, so if you can do them this week, that's fine. Even if they're the same replays, just relink them to me. Just reattach them or whatever. It's not a big deal, and I won't really hate you for it or anything. It's just a lot easier because of the way I just use the email archives. Load up. Let me load up Protos. load up, damn it. I have a folder called shit on this hard drive. It's just called shit. Gee. By the way, since when we do these, I basically unplug my USB from my PS. I plug my my hard drive into my PS3 and then into my computer, and my PS3 and my computer like over and over and over and over again. Because of that, I experienced the silly like magical USB wrong, right thing. I experience that like 3 or 4 times every single time we do this. I laugh every time. I believe Shingen does use the Advanced Tiles plugin. They look like it from his titles. By the way, Kazuki, I got your message regarding that, so I'll contact you about how to do that later. It's actually, so the solution for you, it's actually, I have to do something before I can do it for you though, which is basically like, what I do is I wrote a program. Oh, you fixed it. Okay, good. How did you fix it? Because, like, what I actually do is I have an MIRC bot that pings the API. I actually have an MIRC bot that pings the API and then prints it out to a text file, and I pull it manually. So I was going to, if anyone has problems, I was going to make those files public. Of course, it's not a real solution since it only works when my bot's on. But my bot's on, like, 24/7, so. Did we copy it over? I need me to just double check. Let's do it one more time. Oh. Oh, so you wrote like a you have it like on your web host or something? Why does it work when you do it that way, though? That's weird. I might have a different problem than you if it doesn't refresh. Because mine has something to do with... Mine has something to do with my cache being fucked up. Like, my XSplit's, like, cache is fucked up. Kazuki, have you tried the other URL? Because there's 2 URLs. There's the PHP version and there's a slash version. Did you try both of them and did neither of them work? Yeah, and that lag, that's the background video like blowing up. It's my disc is crashed. I should probably buy a new disc. Oh, CD, you are in this. You're on like all of these. Alright, we'll just go from bottom up. Let me see if there were any notes left. Oh, black screen. Let me see if there are any notes on this. No notes. Okay, cool. We'll just take a look at these. We have watched Prototype before, so we'll watch it again. Wait, Twins Proto. Okay. What's this comp? Hyakushigi, this is double 2K versus 2K 3K. Yeah, good job. Ah! Like, sorry, okay. Good, land, good, good. So that's, that was a little awkward, but okay. So there, I don't know why you didn't look at Nu. As I think Nu was pretty damn vulnerable there. Yeah. Like, I understand you probably want the overclaw. Not really, actually, no. No, that's not gonna happen. What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? Who wants to be psychic? What am I gonna say? Do my job for me. Numaki. Yeah. Well, I think people guessed it, so I don't know if that's really fair. I don't know if you guys get points for that. Yeah, Burkong, yeah. Regroup with your partner. Why? There's 2 reasons why. There's 2 main reasons why. Maybe 3. Why do I say that here you should move back towards your partner? Yes, it's double 2K. It's 2v1. Yes, but why? Why is it semi-double lock? What about this situation is... it makes it... what about this situation, this specific situation, makes it so good to want to move back to your partner here? So we're yes, not really important. Yes, it's true. That's kind of true. Yes, what Prototype said is correct. He's spawning, so he gets priority, which means it would be nice to help our partner. We can't see what's going on, but presumably he does need some help. It's 2K 3K. 2K versus 3K. Whenever the opponent is cornered, yes, there's one big thing though. What is important about the opponent's formation that makes helping our Hyakushiki important? So Saboteur says, because our Extreme Day is in the perfect position to fuck us up if we don't move laterally. Is that true? Is that true? Would anybody like to suggest a reason why that may not be the case? There are 2 main reasons, one really big one and a side minor reason. Wow, Kenji still has his PS3? What the fuck? Yes! Thank you, Burkong. So, look at what Drapopi's doing. He's actually boosting here. What are we doing? We're on the ground. We've landed. Drapopi can't actually chase us here. If we actually boost towards us, south, Drapopi actually can't chase us. He will not hit it. You will not get hit by Drapopi here. It is impossible for Drapopi to hit us here. Because he's going to have to land. And if we move back, Drapopi is like... Drapopi would not be able to hit us, like, ever. Like, we might need to maybe sidestep something if he fires off a Hayato or gets a perfect shot as we're moving off. We may have to swerve a little bit, but it's very, very, very easy to avoid getting hit by Drapopi here. It's enhanced by the fact that there are buildings down there. So, I am pretty confident that you can boost towards the camera, hop, and you'll land behind a building. It depends on what New is doing. So, we don't know what New is doing right now, right? We obviously can see that there's like a giant Garobi, right? But there's also buildings. That's really important. So it's quite safe to actually boost down, change our camera, look at what New's doing, and then maybe boost right or boost left, depending on how daring we want to be. Boosting right after we turn around and go south would mean moving towards what's currently our left, towards the wall, potentially pincerring ourselves with Drapopi if he pursues us, depending on whether Drapopi was too scared about landing, and he might have gotten scared off and, you know, boosted really far away to avoid getting punished, right? So there's that. So, you know, that's maybe a very risky play. With no Meepy as F91, that would be a little bit risky, but we could instead move forward farther south so that we're on Hyakushi's left, or maybe move towards Hyakushi. A lot of options we can do from there, but I really, really like moving south here. The biggest reason is, of course, that Drapopi is far away, so this is a situation that will happen a lot, which is you get a split like this, and you land first, you can't punish, and you can't really get an advantage of it, but you see that your target is running away. This is like your free ticket. And this is one of the things, as someone who's running away, to be aware of, is that sometimes it's actually a hype strat to pretend you're running away, then immediately move back and chase, because you yomi that the opponent's going to see it, you're running away, and tries to take advantage of it by running towards to help their partner. And that would have been a really good play by Drapopi, but of course that's not going to happen. He's just too far away. Even if he was landing, it's still fine play. Even if he was landing, moving south is fine. Especially because there are buildings. It's just like, he's not going to hit you from that distance. Because he has to react to you moving away. So if he boosts, like, you know, so would Drapopi boost towards us here? He might. I'm positive he's gonna boost towards us, but do you think Drapopi would boost towards us here? Like, you know, if you're Drapopi in this situation, you're like in his red lock. You know, it's not really gonna fly, right? You're probably gonna, as Drapopi, you're probably gonna swerve like a little bit, maybe 7 or 9 diagonally, try and get closer. But, you know, boosting straight towards someone like that is, you know, usually something you only do because you're too far away and you want to get closer. Once you're actually close to someone, you generally boost laterally, right? Because you're afraid of just jumping into something, right? You generally don't do that. So if we boosted back, even if he had landed, so let's just say we both landed here, position-wise, this is still an okay play to boost back towards the camera, because there's actually a good chance Drapopi is going to boost sideways, in which case he's going to be really far away and green lock himself, right? In addition, we also might boost back before Drapopi moves towards us. So Drapopi might react to us retreating and try and chase us, but the delay in his reacting to us moving back will set off the delay in his boost and actually perhaps give us enough distance to possibly give him green lock. And even if it's red lock, put it, you know, far enough away that we might be able to avoid it. That's not even taking into account the fact that there are buildings, which is the other really huge factor. So the reason why I say moving south here is a really good idea, or at the very least, when he was landing, look at New to see if the situation will warrant it, because we already know exactly what Drapopi's doing if we just look at New. Behind us, Drapopi is boosting around and he can't hit us, right? So do that. The biggest reason is distance, right? Drapopi's quite far back. We actually split them apart. It's actually perfectly in Prototype 909's court right now to actually filter and box in New. It really would be a really fantastic play. You have even the choice to try and box out Drapopi and play the inside pincer game, which is like one of my favorite roles to play, which is you stay actually in this kind of position here, and you poke softly at New, and you watch Drapopi to see if Drapopi goes in, and you try and poke him out. Now, of course, it's not as good with F91 as like if you're a threatening suit like a melee suit or a 2.5k to really poke out Drapopi, as it's kind of not very feasible to bully Drapopi. Drapopi can actually bully you as F91 because, you know, Drapopi has much better tools as Arc 78 than F91 overall, and kind of getting map presence out due to Hayato and BZ, and all you have is this kind of okay sub and a very shitty assist, right? And charge shot, I suppose, but you know, so here you actually, this is a really nice position to be as prototype. I would probably say moving south or even diagonally towards him is pretty optional because you're gonna get double lock off, and seeing as he's just spawned, you get a little bit of time advantage too. So I would have liked to at least see him switch and look at New to assess the situation, because it's a really juicy one right now. Basically, whenever you see someone running away from you, like this, Drapopi's running away, right? If we rewind this, Drapopi was actually boosting quite away. Whenever you see someone running away from you and you don't see his partner, it means he's not running away to his partner. It means he's running away from his partner. This is very easy strategy to adapt and utilize your own. It's very easy. If you see someone running away from you and you don't see, no, he's not. That's the high mega. The red bar is the high mega firing behind us. So like you're like falling and you just landed by this point. So like if you see someone running away from you, like in this situation with Drapopi, and you don't see his partner, you should be thinking, ding 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 ding, his partner is not over there. He's running away from his partner. And whenever you see someone running away from whenever you see someone running away from their partner, your number one thought should just be punish somehow. Get on the other guy, force a pincer, keep that guy out, do something, because that's just a really good situation. You want to keep it. You want to keep it that way, right? Great. And so instead we move away here, and I kind of don't like this. I actually don't know why he's paying so much attention to Drapopi. Maybe Prototypes is really angry. Alright, so this is good. But now, you know, because of that, you know, we turn it back and we're a little too close, and, you know, we get hit by Drapopi. So that situation is one where Drapopi was not actually running away; he was actually looking towards us. If we rewind that, when we switched over to Thug and tried to chase him, Drapopi was chasing us. So as soon as he got kind of close to Bantiers, that's when probably a sidestep is needing to come out and like try and land or something. So luckily, you know, Crimson is getting these landing punishes that you're dropping, but you're dropping a lot of landing punishes, Prototype. I would actually also say you should go for 8BC. 8BC is really good. Like, you should just melee him. When you have Meepy on, like, landing push! No! Activate! Excellent. I just like to point out, by the way, that like with the activate timing stuff is the perfect example of me displaying how easy, how much simpler it is in this game rather than other games to capture the essence of like basic core game theory, right? I call out an activate, Prototype activate exactly then. I actually like paused it when that screen wasn't even up, and like the 1 or 2 frames while the screen was popping up, like it happened. So I didn't even know he was gonna activate. I just said activate and pause the game, and there was an activate, right? So it's not coincidence, right? It's like we both knew there's a very, very optimal time to activate, and he did it. He is a very good choice, and yeah, right? So it's like good job, good shit, right? And, you know, it's not just some kind of, like, mystical shit, like, some psychic crap, or something you only learn after playing for, like, years and years and years and years. No! Everybody can pretty quickly figure out when some good activation timings are, right? Just another really good example of, like, how awesome this game is. That sucks. As long as he doesn't die. Yeah, okay, so the random stuff. Yeah. So this is this happens all the time. This is something everyone needs to learn about, which is the fourth player, right? So the fourth player there, Dropopi, with his basic BRBZ, he gets shot because he doesn't know where the angle is, so, you know, the fourth player. Everybody knows that feel. Yeah, you get hit by the fourth player. Punish! Ah! Oh no. This is okay. No, okay, so you get hit like twice in there. Don't sidestep because... So, I'm gonna say something really lame, but you should just mash melee there. Because, like, by sidestepping there, you're gonna, like, dodge one shot, but you're in the air, you have overcost anyways. Like, what are you gonna do, right? You're just gonna get hit anyways like you did and die. Because you're turned around anyways. So, like, if you're turned around in the air stalling, and in that kind of situation, you should just fall and mash melee. Because you're already doomed. But the most important part is you got hit twice. So, like, or, like, once. So, you have down value on... sorry, overheated. So you have down value on you already, so even if you get hit, it's not going to do more than the combo that should have been hit by. So you should just, like, YOLO mash melee there, because I almost guarantee it would have worked. Because you're green lock, because the whole thing is you're green lock, he can't actually shoot you in that weird-ass example. So you're falling. So it's actually really great to mash melee while you're falling like that, because you're causing green lock, so it's like you instantly appear on top of them, basically. Unless they have a move that will... hit anyways, even if they're not green lock, like you know, Gunner's main or whatever. So in that kind of situation, sidestepping is really never gonna, like, ever work. It's you might as well just YOLO melee because you have no options. Like, yeah, no options like that, because, like, yeah, you sidestepped and you dodged that shot, but you still got hit because, you know, you can't even full cancel it. You're, like, overheated and doomed, right? So, good. A little late on this, but... Alright. So overall, that game, we had a really nice situational thing that we can talk about that was really great. And landing punishes, yeah. So luckily, a lot of those situations, both you and Crimson were, like, in prime opportunity to get landing punish, and Crimson got it instead of you. It happened like twice, but yes, excellent, good job. Yes, that's perfect. Yes, no, yes, good. Punish, but no! No! So many lost opportunities. Good. Oh, that's scary. Oh, wow, okay. Got away with it. Good. So, I will just say the sub is, like, awful for that kind of use. The sub is, like, really bad. It's only good, well, it's better in Miki mode, but, and you have two of them, but, I mean, the sub is not bad, it's good, but it's bad for those kind, it's no, like, turn X and car shot. Like, it's actually not very good for air. It's wide and it has some uses. You could have actually just mashed it. But I guess you were baiting out melee if you didn't know. You could have avoided that. No, see, why are you looking at the other guy? Punish? Lightning punish? No! Yeah, oh, that sucks. Alright. Uh-oh. Ow. So prototype, like the biggest thing I will say is prototype is actually doing the opposite of what other people are doing, which is he's switching his camera too much. Prototype is like randomly switching his camera and firing, and then he misses all these opportunities. So, you know, like you really you really randomly sometimes it feels like switch your target, and it tells me that you're not paying attention to people's vulnerabilities. I think maybe because we talked about camera switching a lot before in a previous sucks in a previous week. I understand like practicing is good, it's fine. But you know, I think that's good. So I also 8BC. So I'm gonna say 8BC not just because it's really cool, though that is about 95% of why I'm saying you should 8BC. But 8BC is like really good because it's like a moving whip. So when you're in Meepy and you're in like melee range, like you were there, just like it feels like you don't realize how invincible you are in Meepy mode. You tend to not really play that differently in Meepy mode. So you should really remember how aggressively you can play when you're in Meepy mode, because you can kind of do whatever you want. They can't really hit you. So because of that, you should remember that when you're in Meepy mode, a lot of opponents are actually just trying to run away because they can't really shoot you. I mean, they can't really shoot you. So you should actually try and be reading them, like, just moving, and then punish their movement with, like, melee or something. That's why 8BC is really good, because it moves forward pretty decently, has a nice hitbox, it combos into itself, it looks cool, it's, like, one of my favorite melee moves in the game. And it's a forward whip, really hard to dodge. Oh, wow. I was gonna say, that's maybe he got away with that, but he got hit by something else. Punish! Good. The fourth player, that pesky fourth player. Punish. Oh, never mind. Punish. Good. Yeah. So I noticed that you use a lot of these like side steps. It's really cool. It's very full boosty. It's very nice. What you don't do though is you don't cancel them into jumps. So you should really work on at least doing like fluid steps instead of actually just steps, because steps themselves are kind of weak, especially in this version of the game. So you should really always try and fluid step. It'll work out a lot better. Like overall, most of the times when you choose to go for the fluid step are pretty acceptable, but you don't jump cancel them, so they end up kind of mediocre. They'll also help you with your off angles, because sometimes you fluid step and then you get, or sometimes you step cancel but then you get off angle. And if you had fluid that instead, you would have been able to get something. Okay, so Destiny, yeah. Spending a lot of boost here without wings, so like the thing about the sidestepping is you should really remember just how risky it is. No, not risky. Sorry, how boost. There, good job. How boost consuming it is as well. Wish I could see what your partner's like. Fire! Oh, that's. I think it would have been worth trying to get that charge off. So your partner's taking a lot of damage. I have a feeling that Doug's gonna get overcosted here. Charge shot! A little late. I think he did VC, so that's cool. Whoa! Yeah, so it looks like Doug died first, so we're gonna have to play on D. I don't actually like this activate. I think you could have actually avoided it. Oh no, Doug's taking a lot of damage. He didn't get hit by that. Oh, he got hit too. So you kind of spend boost really excessively in the neutral game prototype, and I know you have Wings of Light, but you do it even when without. And I would say the problem with it is, well, I would say also, you know, you're playing kind of far back. You're pushing Thug in pretty hard too. Like I think generally positioning was a really big problem in this match. You kind of stuck towards that building area really hardcore, and you kind of forced Thug to not be able to move because he was just kind of stuck with his back to the wall for that good like first half of the game. So I would say being conscious of where your partner is and allowing him breathing room is a really important point, because I know that since you're playing against Freedom at Guy, you wanna, you know, you were just trying to play a clean neutral game at, you know, a decent distance, and that's why you weren't really going in and you're just focusing on poking with charge shot, which is okay. The problem is it's a little bit too far for it's really hard for Thug to operate there, because you're like moving back and he's like moving back too, but then his back to the wall, and it's really not giving him a lot of breathing room to adapt. So you really need to get out of that building area and circle around so you could really move around a bit more. I mean, he died first too, so you guys were really ahead until he died, so that's the biggest problem. To be fair, he died twice regardless, though, so yeah. What else will I say? Eighth 20 push-up series. I think the rest of that match was pretty straightforward. Not much for me to talk about. I feel like matchup-wise though, you should have pushed on Agai a little bit. You kind of ignored Agai. I think you should have. I think you really should have gone more on Agai than Shingen. You dropped a bunch of stuff on Shingen too, but you should have gone on C's Agai more. Agai, outside of sub, does not really have good defense, so I mean, you can kind of just push his stuff in as Destiny. Yeah, I think you should have pressured Agai more because Agai was playing really close up front. So, like, I understand. I don't know. I understand. I guess. Oh, trickier to beat. Well, you shouldn't play that way. You should learn. You shouldn't feel like you're gonna like lose to Agai's Destiny. Like that's yeah. This should never happen. So I mean, you should at least be able to get to the point where you're comfortable beating Agai with Destiny. I mean, it's pretty hard for that character to deal with, like boomerangs, for example. Anything else I want to say? So yeah, so there, yeah, I think that's pretty much it for that game. Just like positioning, you know. I mean, you guys were doing fine if Thug hadn't taken some of the damage, but so you know, some of it is on Thug, but also you were pressuring him pretty hard in the corner. Yeah, so oopsies. So those side steps, you gotta make them fluid steps. Never. Yeah, and never do those side steps. Always fluid. So I would have really liked to see Wings of Light there. Wings of Light would have been really great. Like earlier in that exchange. Probably after you landed, like BR Wings of Light. Because the only problem is you didn't get a good punch just because you weren't close enough. You didn't get closer. So you're cornering yourself again here. Random Vulcan. Well, that was alright. So, like, your boomerang usage is really off, prototype. You're really boomeranging when they're just like, that boomerang is just, never gonna get anything. Punish, yeah, my favorite combo. And the charge shot. I love that combo. Wait a minute, actually, I think you fucked that up. Hold up. Hold up. I need to see that again. No, it's not his charge shot. It wasn't important. The charge shot is important. I think he's not doing the B follow-ups on finger. And it's like coming after you kill him or something. Yeah, so a lot of these boomerangs, you know, I would have really just landed there, but I mean, I guess it worked out because of the trade, but that boomerang, that was pretty scary. Okay, good. This is the right one. Yeah, and he does land a charge shot. But yeah, I don't think you're. I don't think you're. If you are pressing the 5B, if you, I can't tell if he's pressing the B follows, but I don't. Might not be. Not. It just sounds different than when I do it, so I don't know. All right. Is that? Oh, there's one more. Okay, cool. So boomerangs, yeah. How do boomerangs work? They fire, they come out, and then they come back. That's they work like they look like, I guess. They do not. They have guidance. They have guidance, I guess. Yes, they have guidance. So landing here would be good. Yeah. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. So another thing that prototype you should work on is you never partition your charge at A while you fire VRs. So you should try and practice that to get them second attacks. Ow. The last one was avoidable. Ow. Oh, I don't know about this activate, but... Wow, that was really lucky. Ah. Well, that's unfortunate. Don't get unblockable. Huh? Oh. Man, that was like a double KO. Yeah, CD, like that, yeah, that was really weird. Like, they both died at the same time. They both died at the same time. It was quite it's quite silly. It was double 3K, so yeah. That's pretty funny though, like they died at the same time. So I don't know, I guess Shingen died like a split second later or something. But CD, like that quantum burst was really slow actually. It was avoidable. Like he could have boosted away from it. So you need to make sure you just time it a little bit tighter. Anyways, like yeah, that was pretty funny. Prototype like activated, and he was like about to finish his combo, but I don't know. He should have just like meleeed. Let's see. So landing punish, landing punish, landing punish. That's the biggest one. Fix your camera work, like just... Actually, honestly, I think your camera work was fine before this, so... Like... Camera works... If you're gonna do camera work, do it when it's not important. Like, when you're jumping around and stuff, don't, like, switch cameras in the middle of a critical exchange like you've been doing. Oh yeah, always jump when you sidestep, and that one situation where you popped up in the air and after you hit, just YOLO melee from. I would say don't be afraid of... I feel like... So right now, Prototype, I feel like your play is very, like, pattern-based. It feels like you kind of have a very set offensive string and you don't do anything differently. Because I never see Wings of Light outside of certain situations. Like, you always Wing of Light in a certain way, in a certain order. And there are a lot of situations where if you just randomly popped Wings of Light in the middle of, like, your pursuit, you would just get them. So I would try and practice being more open with Wings of Light and basically be ready to use it, like, at any time. It's just good at all times. It's just, like, one of the best moves in the games. It could be the best move in the game. It could be the best move in the game, next to, like, shield bits. Like, best moves in the game would be, like, Wings of Light, shield bits, whip, full cloth neutral whip. Those are, like, in my, off the top of my head, category of, like, best moves in the game. Okay, well, Charge Shot V doesn't even count. It's like, that's just fucking stupid, but I guess so, fine. I didn't even want to talk about Garo V, it's silly. But yeah, okay, like, yeah, Charge Shot V. I mean, you only have one, though, so it's not the same. Like, you only have one. Yeah, Grenade would be up there. Grenade. Yeah, Arc 6B. Master 6B. Those are all, like, contend for, like, best moves in the game. But Wings of Light is really up there. Could be number one. I think it might be number one. I mean, that move is just amazing. Nah, Strike Nora's BC is not that good. There are plenty of moves better than Strike Nora's BC. Well, Arc 6 BC is really good. It's like top 30 moves, maybe. News Pyramid's not that good. I probably wouldn't classify. I'd probably classify like top 20. It's good, but like, yeah, like, let's see. Forbidden Sight Sobs up there, like top 10. IMO top 10. Forbidden Raider is also like top 10. That's why Forbidden's got like, he's got like two of like the best moves ever, in my opinion. Stage tier list, yeah. We should just make some. Someone post on the thread. Just make a thread about it, and we can talk about it. I'm down. That's something I can do in my spare time, because I have that, right? So, yeah, we said that already. We said whip. I don't know. Anyway, so I guess we'll stop here. So this will be the end of Second Impact. So I believe someone wanted me to explain Sousa, so I'll go in training mode and show some basic Sousa stuff to explain. And we can talk about some other stuff Gundam related. But I guess like we'll stop Second Impact here. So I'm gonna go ahead and restart my stream. So actually, let me just recap for prototype. So landing punches, fix your camera work, like you know. Work on charge partitioning. Always jump when you sidestep if you can. Okay, review the ad guy replay. Okay, sure. I'll just do that. Yes. Take a look at this. So I believe you are just not. You don't know how to play this suit. So I think I already know what I'm gonna say. I didn't really get to see too much, but we'll see. Goodbye, guy. The guy just like fucking runs randomly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't think you know the most important thing with the suit CD, which is what his break cancel is. Or if you do, you're not really using it. Well, we'll finish this replay before I talk again. Poor that guy. Yeah, good hit from front. Yeah, okay, so yeah. Alright, yeah, so CD, like, the most important thing with Ad Guy is his sub. His sub is the two assists that shoot missiles. That's actually your landing. That's actually your landing protection / brake cancel, because it has auto guard on it. So it actually blocks projectiles. Those dudes actually have like they have auto guard on their hitboxes. So what you do is you use them to protect your landings. So you like boost around, and then as you're braking, you set down the sub, and the way the sub works is it's 4, 5, or 6, so it's left, right, or center, and so it puts them. Yeah, he basically DPs while he lands. Yeah. So he puts them on his left, right, or center. So when you like boost, for example, to your left and you're sliding, you want to slide it to your left too, so you slide into it. Yeah, it's really important because if you just do the neutral sub, you'll slide out and you'll just get hit. So you're using the sub a lot for offensive purposes when you shouldn't, because first of all, they will not hit people from that far away. Sometimes I saw you like try and cut with it. It's not gonna happen. It's only really gonna hit from like medium to close range. And the most important thing about Ad Guy, like the way you can tell a good Ad Guy from a bad Ad Guy is how they partition their subs, because you don't actually partition, you just like throw them out. So actually, like, it's important to save them for when you need them. You can't just like throw them out, because when you don't have subs out, you can't do anything. If you're out of them, you just can't do anything. Similarly, activation timing with Ad Guy is important because they refill your subs, so sometimes you need to activate at different times based on not necessarily what's happening in terms of boost, but actually in terms of getting your subs back so you can do stuff. So like, I noticed you try and like landing cancel, Zusa cancel with like BC and AC, and they're like, you can do that, but you'll just get hit. It didn't really help you. Generally, like, so what you want to do is you're basically playing really conservative. You're playing like really far back because you don't know that you can use your AC your sub that way. But you can actually play a lot closer because that guy is basically a melee suit. It's secretly a melee suit. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like run around and then sneak in the landing forcibly, like pressing sub, then landing punish somebody, because you're just like, I'm gonna land right now, sucks for you. And then they're like, well, I'm in the air, and then you're like, haha, I shoot you, or I hit you with melee or whatever. So you actually should be like actually really aggressive with your movement, because otherwise you're not really accomplishing anything. Because, well, I mean, yeah, you're playing back, but even before he died, like, just the distance, like, just in terms of distance, you're not accomplishing anything, like, from the distance you're at. You're only accomplishing anything by cutting and stuff. You can actually get balls in deep with this suit. It's just like playing like it's like playing dog or tank. Well, tank it's okay because you can down back, but like with dog, you can be like fucking right in their face because you have fucking BC and you can just break cancel. Well, like, so you lose the boomerang, but it doesn't matter as long as you get a landing in. Basically, you steal landings. That like that's with the case with any break cancel suit. His gameplay is all about stealing landings. So if you're not stealing landings, you're not really playing the suit. So like with Agai, what you really want to do is you want to steal a landing with sub, and then you punish them. The rest is just like fluff. AC and BC, there's special stuff with them, and you can confirm off of them, and you can throw them out for Oki and blah 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 blah. But generally, it's actually fluff, and the real lifeblood of Agai is all about sub and stealing landings. That's pretty much the entire suit. The rest of it is just like, it's just like you just throw it out because you can. Like, why not, right? AC, BC, whatever. But, it's pretty hard to, hide behind buildings and throw them out, or you can do whatever, but you don't really win the game. Like, what gets the job done is how you use your sub. The most important thing. That's why you don't see people just, like, throwing it out. No problem, Alfing. It's a really good book. But yeah, so that's why you don't just want to just throw it out randomly. It's like the worst thing you can do. Every time you throw that away, it's like throwing away your protection. Because once you hit 3, or once you go to 0, you're just like, oh fuck. But hopefully, like, you just back out until you have those 3. So it's kind of in and out. So you like play ninja. You just like get in hell deep and steal landing with sub, and you do that a couple times, and you just like run away, and hopefully you win. And try not to get forced out of stuff. The rest is just try not to die, because people will generally just target you because you have like ass protection aside from sub. Even sub's not the best. Sub can be dismantled, but it'll generally protect yourself from like BR landing punches and all that good stuff. The problem is, of course, that it doesn't protect everything. It's just like a small area. So, like, first of all, it doesn't guard against 2 people on you. That's the biggest flaw with it. And even at certain angles, if they're really close to you, they can just go around and hit you. So it's kind of like the sweet spot mid-range. You want to play it like a mid-range. Where you want to play it at mid-range where your sub will block the angle of all their attacks, but not too far away that your tools become useless. Right. So again, just one more time to recap prototype in case you forgot. So landing punish, camera angle, charge partition. If you're not pressing B, if you're not like if you're not like tapping B like with the finger, then you should like the tap 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 tap. It's really good to actually get used to tapping it slowly, like going B B B B B, because you can actually just like do it really slowly if you want, because it helps you charge the charge shot A. So if you're so that's why I was mentioning to Shingen. I don't know if he's listening. I know he's here. Which is that Shingen, like anytime you land finger, you should be lightly tapping B and holding A so that you get the full charge shot A off. Yeah, there's like the resources for Agai is you read the JP wiki, and then like yeah, that's like how I learned Agai, because I didn't know I was like, what the fuck. And I just read the wiki, and then they just tell you, like, they tell you that shit about sub, and I was like, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, and then I was like, oh, this suit like immediately like makes like 1,000 times more sense. The suit doesn't make sense if you understand like that you're supposed to use sub. Otherwise, you're just like, what do I do? You're just like, I just sit there and die otherwise. Because without that tool, he just has no options. Without sub, there's no options. Just ass. Anyway, so yeah, so landing punishes again, try to focus also on giving your partner breathing space. So in some matchups where you tend to poke out more, you know, your partner's expecting you to like go in because you're Destiny or whatever. So if you want to play a little bit farther back, it's fine, but do just try and, you know, do just try and whatchamacallit? Do try and like give your partner breathing room stuff. All right, so that'll be it. Also, on the last note, also CD. So yeah, so I know like you probably knew it had Augar, and like you said, and like you're using it. The difference though is like playing with it in mind. So like you know. Like, you used it sometimes, but you weren't, like, playing with it as a tool accessible to you. Oh, yeah, don't forget the Wings of Light. I mean, Thug, you could have tried to skirt around. It probably would have been good. But it's, like, it's kind of like when somebody should fix it. Neither of you was fixing it, basically. Neither of you fixed it, so you guys just sat there and just got your shit pushed in. So, someone needs to fix it. It's not necessarily your fault. But it's not like you couldn't have fixed it either by skirting around. But it generally it's more helpful if Prototype does it because he's front. So it's better if the front person can fix it rather than the back person. The back person can fix it, but then they might get split up, and that's not what you want. Like, the front person can move and expect the back person to move back. The back person, if the back person moves away, the front person might not move because they're front. And they might just be like, well, I'm front. Anyways, yeah. So with the Agai thing, it's like, it's not just about knowing how to use it like that, but playing in that way. So, you know, being aware of how strong sub is for protecting your landings allows you to play a lot closer and not be so scared. Because you're just playing a little scared, which is why it led me to believe that you didn't know how to use it properly. Because once you have that sub, you can just be like really aggressive. Because you're just like, I'll just boost it around because it doesn't really matter what I do. I'll just throw the sub here so I can do whatever I want. Because you just literally do whatever you want. You literally just be like, and you just like boost around, throw a bunch of crap, and just throw a bunch of crap and just not get hit, and then just at the very end you overheat and just throw on your sub and be like, yeah, what's up? Because if you're too far away, you can't even get close enough to really steal a landing anyway, so you do need to play closer to steal that landing. Why is that guy bad? Because his sub is flawed and it only works in certain situations. He doesn't have a real BR, so it's just his machine gun, and the rest of his tools are ass. He is a ground mover, so he can't like have a traditional boost dash, and he's heavy, so he can't jump. He can't boost top. Basically, he like can't boost top. Like, if he could boost top, he'd be amazing. But that's why Forbidden's good, because Forbidden basically has the same thing. He can, it's just like really, really slow. It's like Goof. It's like he's a really heavy suit. All the like the grunt, 00 or like I guess 079 or just like all like the grunt Xeon suits, like that have the ground run. They're if you hold down C, it's just like it's just like really bad. It takes like your entire boost and you go up like the equivalent of like a quarter or a third of what someone normally jumps, and it's just slow as fuck. They're just really heavy. Yeah, it's just like hard. Yeah. Yeah, so like Forbidden has Raider, which is like basically the same as like Forbidden's assist is very similar to Agai's, sort of. It's not as good as Agai's. Agai's comes out differently, and you know, whatever, but it's kind of a similar utility. The difference is like Forbidden's Raider's like broken, and it makes him really, really good, and it just makes Agai playable. Basically, it makes him playable, and it instead of broken, it just makes him playable. All right, why is Raider better? The radius is well, the difference is. I guess the difference is the cooldown time, because like you kind of also need sub to hit people. So I mean I guess Agai's sub is better. Well, like Raiders is the hitbox is bigger. It's a lot bigger. Like, there's actually a little dead zone in ad guys because it's like two guys like this. There's actually like a tiny little hole they can actually shoot you through. It's not actually perfect, so like against thinner beams, it's actually not that. It's kind of scary and you can fuck up. But like Forbidden's is Raider's just like this big thing. He's just like Mass shots. Crimson, it's Forbidden's like black guy assist, the one that looks kind of like Master. And Raider refills faster, yeah, because like when ad guy, well, I mean it's not better. I mean I guess like you know if Forbidden had raid like you know, I mean it's because the thing is ad guy needs to use it whenever he moves, and Forbidden gets to just use it as a bonus. Like Forbidden can move around, and he doesn't have to use it to protect his landing, you know. So you kind of like always have it up, so it's like really good. What? The bazooka's Leviathan, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's not Calamity. Is it Calamity? Oh. Oh, it is Calamity. Really? Damn. Why did I think it was called Leviathan? Let me see this shit. I'm hella... Yeah, damn. Okay, let's see this. Hold up. Where the hell is Forbidden? Right next to Providence. Alright, let me see this shit. Where is that Tokusha? Tokukaku. Raider. Oh, it is Calamity. Wow. Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, what the fuck is Leviathan? Yeah, it is Calamity. Yeah, it's hella Calamity. Yeah, it's Calamity. Calamity is like a really dumb Gundam, by the way. Just in general, it's like pretty ugly and the pilot's like an asshole. Yeah, there's no results. I don't know why I call it Leviathan. I guess it doesn't exist. Let's make Leviathan Gundam, man. Why is there no Leviathan Gundam? It sounds cool. Because there's like Calamity, I always expect like Raider to be called like Apocalypse. I think Raider should have been called Apocalypse. That'd be pretty cool. I think it's a missed opportunity that they have like really random names. Like it's like Forbidden, Calamity, and Raider. Should have been like it should have been like Forbidden, Calamity, and Apocalypse. That'd be hella cool. Yeah, Calamity was awful. No. It was also it was amphibious. It was like it was their dumb amphibious suit. Oh wait, no, that's the other suit. Never mind. Yeah, no, Calamity. Yeah, Calamity was just this guy being like, "Javasuda," and like just shoot his bus his rocket launcher. Yeah, I was confusing with Abyss. Yeah, Calamity. Yeah, Calamity literally was just this dude with a bazooka. It was a pretty awful suit. Yeah, I forgot. I was thinking about Abyss. That's a cool name too. Abyss is cool, but I hate that pilot too. But he's that guy with the pitchfork. But that's like the Sea Destiny suits, right? The Sea Destiny suits were like awful. Like the Sea Destiny, the trio suits are just really ugly. Aside from Gaia, Gaia is super awesome. But the other two, I was like, I like the old ones better. It's okay. I actually really like Forbidden's design in this game. I think it's brilliant. Like, he plays unlike any other suit in the game. He's really interesting. He's like the coolest. Like he's like an actual legit assist suit, and he like represents 3 people in the game. And the way they do his like subs is really awesome because it's like just from the series too. And he even when he blocks, it has the little the shimmering like reflector shield when he blocks. It's like hella cool. I'm like, why is this suit so cool? But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I like playing Forbidden. It's really well done in terms of flavor. Also, he screams in the same sound. It's pretty great. Even when you summon Raider, the guy's just like, ah! I really do wish, yeah, he reflected the beams. That was like super. That would have been super awesome. But I guess he curves his subs, so I don't know. He has like a counter thing. His 2B is this like weird counter thing, if I recall, but you don't use it. Let's see. I don't know, man. It just like, it bends the light. Mirage Colloid. We watched Stargazer already. It's okay. I'm gonna switch to Stargazer, man. Stargazer is so hype. But then again, I say this about every new suit I want to play. I'm always like, this suit is exactly what I want in a suit. And then like, and then I play it and be like, ah, I don't really want this. Alright, so I'm gonna restart the archive and then we'll talk more about Gundam. So give me a sec.